Yo, how's it going? How's it going? How's it going, everyone? How's it going? Milando, thank you so much for the lurk. Appreciate you, dude. And John Doe, how's it going, man? Good to see you, dude. How's your weekend been? Hope you're well. Hope you're well. Right, I'm just going to get straight into this. It seems like this is what I suspected would be the case today, to be honest, given we're so close to the expansion release. It's going to be quite quiet, I think. So, hey, Michael121, how's it going, man? It's good to see you. Big love. I'm just trying to work out, why is my screen so dark? Wednesday, I'm going to refresh that. I'm just trying to make sure you guys can actually see what on earth I'm doing. That is very dark. Why? That's interesting. What? One moment. Doesn't look like that on my... It shouldn't be that dark. Bear with me 2 seconds, guys. Why is that so dark? Does it look really dark for you? Hey, Fania, how's it going? How's it going? Does the screen look really dark to you guys? I'm looking at it on Twitch and it looks really dark, but then with my OBS it doesn't. So I'm trying to work out if that's just me for some reason or... Oh, yeah, it definitely looks dark. What? Can't really see much with that. Let me see if I can fix this. One moment. It was fine the other day, so that's weird. Maybe if I add this again, maybe this will sort it out. Oh, but that looks better. Maybe. Nope, that still doesn't seem to have changed anything. Interesting. Because that is really, really dark for some reason. Let me try booting up Diablo 4 a moment. Out of interest, does that make it even darker? Might do. Yeah, it does. Why does that look so dark then? That's really strange. I want you guys to actually be able to see what on earth I'm doing. How's it going, Fania? Hope you're well. And Michael, how's it going? How's your weekend? How's your weekend's been, guys? Let me boot up Diablo a moment, because maybe that will, for some reason, kick my screen into the mode that makes it... It just looks really dark on that screen. Maybe it's just that monitor. Maybe... That is weird. It just looks really dark today for some reason. Hey, Understack. How's it going, man? Yeah, I'm good, dude. I'm good. How are you? How are you? That does look really dark. One second, I've got to drag this onto my other window. I want to see... Okay, it doesn't look too bad there, I suppose. Still looks quite dark, though. This was fine the other day when I was using it, so... What's happened to it? Oh, good lord. Windows, what are you doing to me? 2 more weeks, less than that. 1 week. It will be in 1 hour, in 1 week, 1 hour and 45 minutes. Hey, Gorsh, how's it going? Cheers. Guys, does the screen look really dark to you for some reason? It looks. I'm looking at it in Twitch. It wasn't an issue the other day, and I haven't changed anything. But it does look really dark for some reason. It looks fine in my OBS, but it looks really dark on my Twitch I'm looking at. Like, the screen looks dull. How does it look to you guys? Maybe it looks good for you. Okay. Maybe it is just my browser window. It's possible. If it looks good for you guys, I'm not going to worry about it too much. I just want to make sure you guys can see okay. Alright, so I am going to start with just a little bit of theory crafting today, because a little haze. It's not the haze, it's more, well, it just seems like it's got like a dark vignette over it or something for me. Like, my OBS, it looks totally fine, but on my browser, it looks really dull for some reason. I don't know. Let me check in another browser window. You might hear double back in a minute. It depends on the volume. Oh no, okay. Oh, it's that browser. Because I'm looking at it in another browser. It looks fine here. Okay, I'll look at it there so I can make sure I can... Okay. I don't know what's going on with that browser window then. That's really strange. I haven't seen that before. Oh well. Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm just going to start with a little bit of theory crafting today because I've got to be honest, I wasn't expecting it to be very busy today, being so close to the release of the expansion. Oh no, where did you get to, Milando? God damn it. You ripped. Man, that sucks. Oh well, you've got a week to go again. So yeah, I'm gonna throw together another build today, Spiritborn build. I got a few ideas. I was just having a quick poke through here. I'm gonna either do a Jaguar build today, or I'm gonna do an Eagle build today, or a mixture of the two. So I was just having a look through the skills to familiarise myself with them again. Yeah, what does these do? Strikes back again, putting in, knocking down distant enemies. Okay. And that one just does loads and loads of stuff. Okay. I can see a world where you can just have infinite ferocity with that. Rake, here we go. Conjure claws that rakes through enemies in front of you, dealing 30% damage before exploding for an additional... Okay. Casting that grants ferocity. Rake vigor cost is reduced by 2 per stack of ferocity you have. I don't have the costs there, but okay. Okay, and it reduces your cooldowns. That'll be good for leveling, that'll be good for endgame, fine. Quill volley. Alright, I need to have a look at the aspects before I can do anything here, really, so I actually know what I'm doing. Oh, right, he's still alive, just didn't get to 100. Okay, okay. Pulled me into a trap. Pulled me into a trap, Milando. 96, okay, well, you're nearly there. You've still got time to get to 100. How was your guys' weekends? I hope it was as eventful as mine. Right, let's have a quick look down the offensive aspects here, because they're kind of the ones you actually really care about. Right, we've done a Thorns build. You're never realistically going to use multiple different types of basic skills, probably. I've done a Pestilent Swarm build. Mystic Circles. I mean, we could just do a pure Mystic Circle build. That could be quite fun. Gain 1 resolve when you dodge an attack. Your potency skills consume 2 resolve to deal increased damage. Interesting. You want to stack all of the dodge in the world. And use potency skills with that. Okay. Ooh, wow. Lots of ferocity there. There is a world where you can do a concussive stomp build. Casting a focus skill recalls nearby spirit feathers, dealing lightning damage. Spawns 15 randomly around you. Okay. So that's for eagle builds there, for spirit feathers. Not bad. Already used that in one build. Yeah, there's another Mystic Circle. Yeah, so that's part of one of the builds I'm thinking I might make. It's full eagle. I have got a build in mind that would work. That could be pretty funny. I don't know if it would be the best endgame build, but it would be quite funny. Rake manifests a Spirit Jaguar, which also casts Rake at a random enemy, dealing base damage. Okay, so that turns Rake into a basically AoE effect damage build. So there's definitely going to be a Rake build here. Done Bristleback already. Yeah, I haven't used these actually, but these could be quite good on all the poison builds. When you take direct damage, you receive between 150 to 100% of it in form of poisoning on you, and then based on the amount of poisoned life you've got, When you deal direct damage, you have a 10% chance to infect an enemy with Touch of Death and clear the poisoning from you. So there is a world where on my Touch of Death build, potentially this would be better, but I think the gloves I put on would be better still because of the way I built the build, but we'll see. Max Ferocity would be good on any Jaguar build, really. Or it's good on a lot of builds, actually. When you cast an Incarnate skill, enemies around you become vulnerable for 5 seconds. Killing a vulnerable enemy echoes an X amount of the killing blow's base damage to other nearby enemies. Okay. Could just do a pure ultimate build, I think. Incarnate. Actually, no, Incarnate doesn't necessarily mean ultimate. Some of them might be. So look, what Incarnate skills we got here? These are cores. Incarnate. So Ravager's an Incarnate. Interesting. Armored Hide's an Incarnate. Counterattacker's an Incarnate. Up here then. Is that the only ones? Okay, so they're like basically build buffing or build defensive skills, almost Incarnate skills, yeah. Unless there's a way of making them Incarnate skills. Hey, Mango Crane, how's it going, dude? And Rain Delancey, how's it going, man? Yeah, I'm good, dude. How are you? How's your weekend been? Melando, I had to work on my barb so I can do the pit push last day of the season. Oh, yeah, you're going to be pushing the pits, aren't you? And just blasting your characters away and see how high you can get. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. You're grinding T7s. Nice, dude. Noise. Yeah, I'm just going to slap a build together on stream and then we'll get into some gameplay. Just having a look through the aspects again to jog my memory before I dig into a build. Yeah, I've used that already, my other build. I've used that already. Don't need Needle Flare. Enemies you poison have 100% reduced healing, and your Eagle skills gain 30% increased critical strike chance against them. So that could be really good for an Eagle build, just because you gain so much crit chance. And you just want to poison enemies. Doesn't matter how you achieve this. Yeah, okay, we'll bear that in mind. I mean, there's definitely going to be a Quill Volley build, I reckon. Your critical strike chance with Jaguar skills is increased against enemies for each 10% of their missing life. Okay. Ravager no longer has a duration and instead drains vigor every second until depleted. Effects that extend Ravager instead generate vigor. Now that one's interesting. Because this Ravager's duration is extended by 2 seconds per kill while active. This bonus is reduced by 0.25 each kill. While active, Ravager spends stacks to strike enemies, elite enemies, up to an additional 4 times. Okay. While Ravager is active, well, this is the thing actually. It drains 5 vigor a second. But what if you've just got infinite amounts of vigor generation? You'd be able to just constantly cast it. You'd never have to worry about it, right? For its duration. Surely. Or you just have it up all the time. Okay, I can see a build coming out here. I'll click something on the thing. Here we go. It was good, man. Off to London Friday for a gig. Nice. Nice. Which gig are you going to, dude? November's busy. Hope you had a good weekend. Glad the weather held yesterday. Hopefully the Jaeger flowed. Actually, I didn't have any Jaeger yesterday. We did have Sambuca, which is not really my favourite, I've got to be honest. But yeah, it was a good day. It was a good day. Yeah, what gig are you going to on Friday, dude? Hey, Diamond's in the house. How's it going, Diamond? How's it going? Right, what was that? Aspects again. I can't remember what it's called. It's a bit further down here, wasn't it? That one there. That one interests me. If you can get enough vigor so that Ravager just doesn't even matter about vigor generation, you could have Ravager up permanently. That could be really nice. It's definitely a crushing hand build, but I imagine loads of people are going to build those. Okay. So, what does Ravager do again? Unleash a savage roar, causing each of your attacks to trigger additional 40% damage strike per enemy over 6 seconds. Okay. So if we can turn that into a point where... It doesn't, for 6 seconds, yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, if you change this so it doesn't have a cooldown on it anymore, but it just drains vigor, and you can get enough vigor to just keep this up all the time, you'll just be doing loads of damage per strike. Per enemy. Oh, sorry, damage strike per enemy, yeah. And then on top of that, you can make it so Ravager, when it's active, means all your core skills will instantly dash you to your target, and all vigor generation is increased by 30%. I mean, that's obviously going to go well with that aspect, because that means you're just going to help keep your vigor up, counteract some of that vigor draining. You won't get the additional strikes here with the healing, but this will definitely... I mean, maybe that would be better in the end game if you don't need the generation here. But the instant dash could be quite nice. Core skills. So if we look at Rake, that would go really well with Rake, because they just make you dash to your enemies all the time. Get loads of ferocity. Like, loads of it. I mean, Rake is a vigor costs move, but you can just use this. Get loads of ferocity super fast. I think it goes... Ferocity goes up to 5 stacks, but there's an aspect that makes it go up to 10. So that can make that go up to reduced vigor cost by 20. I don't know how much there is to start with, but that would help. Yeah, okay. I mean, we can make a Jaguar build here. Why not? Going good? Yeah, Diamond, I'm alright. Not too bad. Not too bad. Been recovering most of the day, just been tired. Slow Dive Friday, Michael Monroe, Hanoi Rocks, and Vola in November. Nice, man. Sounds pretty decent to me. Good line, a good stack there. And Sambuca is rank. Yeah, it is. Sambuca is not the one. Absolutely not. But, hey, that was Toby's choice, not mine. Well, okay, let's slap together a build here. So we'll take these points here. We're going to take... Rake's going to be like our main damager here, I think. For now. And we'll take the Vigor Reducer, because I think we're going to need that at least. And I mean, maybe once you've got really cracked endgame gear with like a Starless Skies, then maybe you just won't need that anymore. Maybe you could use this instead for the cooldown reducers. But definitely leveling up, you're going to need that. You're going to want all of the Vigor generation ever. We won't take that one to start with. We're going to... When I put more points in here... Okay, so that gives me more damage per hit. We're only going to put 1 point in Ravager for now. And see where we land with the rest of our points. We are going to take the Vigor generation as well. Maybe later on you can also take Replenishing Ravager. Because... that allows you to do more damage to elites. That would help you do more damage to bosses and such. But we'll worry about that later on. We are going to take... this is an incarnate skill, so there was a thing that can make them vulnerable to time. So we're going to take all the vulnerable stuff here. Gain 50% dodge chance during evade when you dodge. So we're not really interested in that too much, but... And that doesn't... I think we can get an unstoppable build here. That's not mobility. It was this one down here that's mobility, isn't it? Yeah. We won't need any of these for now, I don't think. We won't waste our points. We won't need this because it's not a basic skill. Oh, actually. I just had a thought. There is a weapon that turns core skills to basic skills. Yeah. That would solve Vigor. This wouldn't cost vigor anymore. It'd just be a generator. Let's do that. That would be naughty. There is a weapon here called Sepetec or something. Oh, let's search for uniques. I know what it is when I see it. Sepasontec. Your basic skills. No, not that one. There's another one. There we go. The Rod of Kepelecki. Your core skills are now additionally, not, they are core skills and basic skills. Free to cast and deal up to 30% less damage. But when they're at maximum vigor, your core skills instead deals normal damage and consumes all vigor to critically strike. Now that would make Ravager go down. Yeah, that's the only thing with that. I'm not entirely sure how that would play. Maybe that won't be the best. I mean, it would kind of work. The problem is Ravager will be dependent on... Ravager would be dependent on having Vigor available, and that's going to consume it all to do big crit damage. So we'll come back to that. Anyway, that's an option for sure. Of course it was his decision. Yeah, so Toby was originally driving, and then he got there and was like, I don't want to drive anymore. And then he bought Sambucas, and that was that. He got Mel to drive instead. Yeah. Are you going to be around later for build talk after I finish work? What time do you finish work, Milando? I can only be on for about another 5 hours today. Because I'm in London for work tomorrow. I can't really stay up any later than that. I'll definitely have some time this week, though, for sure. I just won't necessarily be around. It really depends what time you're talking about, dude. Let me know. Yeah, not today then. Yeah, I can definitely do it. Maybe, honestly, like Friday would be good for me. I'm off work on Friday. Or over the weekend. Yeah, any of those would be best for me, but let me know. 9 hours from finishing. Yeah, okay. You'll be finishing when I'll be waking up for work. So, yeah, the very little sleep I will get. So we're going to take, given that there was a dodge chance aspects going on for crit chance and stuff, we are absolutely going to take at least 1 point in counter attack. We don't really need more than one here. Yeah, counter attack's cooldown is reduced by 0.5 seconds per stack of ferocity you have, so you're just going to have loads of ferocity on this build. So that's fantastic. And then you've got a crowd control dodge mechanic, or counter attack passively increases your critical strike damage by 6% for every close enemy. So you can get more crit damage. Both of those are actually pretty nice, but we'll take the close damage crit for now. Extra block chance. I pretty much am taking the barrier every time, so I think that's quite useful. That's also an incarnate skill as well, actually, interestingly. So that'll double benefit. In fact, there's a world where we take this and then take that incarnate aspect, and actually that will work with all three of these. I'm pretty much going to take Armored Hide because, frankly, it's just really ridiculously good. If I can get enough cooldown reduction, it will allow me to become unstoppable permanently. For now. So we'll take these. Gain increased life on kill equals 5% of your maximum life while you have at least 4 stacks of ferocity. Now, I think there's a build where life on kill plays into the mechanics here. So we're going to take this. Every time you kill something, you're going to gain loads of life. But I think later on there's a node or something that's useful for this. Casting a gorilla skill grants 5% increased maximum life for 10 seconds. Now, I think we'll take that because we'll probably try and feed that in. That's quite nice. I should actually look. What ones of these we're going to use? Every 4th time you deal direct damage to an enemy with a Jaguar skill, unleash an additional slashes dealing 100% of the damage of the 4 hits. That's quite nice. We're probably not going to use gorilla here because we're not using thorns in this build. Casting an eagle skill grants 2 storm feathers up to a maximum of 8. When you evade, all storm feathers are fired, dealing 100% lightning damage and make targets vulnerable for 3 seconds. Okay. I think there's an aspect where when I cast an incarnate skill, it makes enemies vulnerable. So I probably won't need vulnerable application. This is damage reducer and slow stuff, so we could use that. We're probably going to take Jaguar to begin with here. And grant a stack of ferocity whenever you kill an enemy or damage a boss. For every 4 meters you move, you grant crit chance. When you have at least 5 stacks of resolve, you are unstoppable. We probably do just want to rely on resolve here for damage reduction. But there is a world where actually taking one of the unique helms would be really, really good here. Let's do that to start with. The that's it. Loyalty's Mantle. This will be ridiculously good for this build I'm building. Because while your Spirit Hall choices match, they make them both 100% stronger, make them cost up to 60% less, and have 60% reduced cooldowns. So it's just crazy, basically. And because this makes all of your skills Jaguar skills, this should affect even Armored Hide. With that base Spirit cost. Yeah. I think that's how it will work. I guess we'll find out when we get there. So that's going to be pretty bonkers, actually. Hey, K-Dog, how's it going, dude? It's good to see you, man. Bow chicken, bow wow. Bow chicken, bow wow. Yeah, how's it going, man? Hey, Letters, thanks for the alert, dude. Appreciate you. Big love, dude. What website am I building on? This is Mobalytics. It's what I use for all of my build creations. Hey, Caridus, how's it going, dude? How's it going, man? Yeah, this is Mobalytics. I can link it for you if you want. 1 second. I just prefer this one because you can write information here and you can use this even if you're not like partnered and stuff, you know, and stuff like that. Just create an account and log in, and then you can access your builds from your profile and stuff. So yeah, that's going to make, I think, every skill really, really cheap to use, really low cooldowns. So that's nice. And because that first one makes all of my skills Jaguar skills, that should mean Armored Hide's cooldown will come down as well, which is really nice. Yeah, okay. Probably this will work if you can get this cooldown down below 10 seconds. Because that means every time you cast that, that's a Gorilla skill, and that will trigger this for 15% more life. So that's why I'm putting that in that build. It would take with that 60% cooldown to begin with, that will take you to, that will bring you, oh no, I'll do it. If you can get a maximum roll of that unique helm, that'll bring you down 10 seconds here. So that pretty much works with that. That's without any cooldown reduction anywhere else in the build. So yeah, that's good. We absolutely want this maxed out. Every time you hit with a Jaguar skill, it increases your damage they take. That's going to be fantastic on a Jaguar build. Jaguar skills deal increased critical strike damage per stack of ferocity. We're obviously going to take that because we're going to put 10 stacks of ferocity on. So it's going to be up to 30% multiplicative crit damage. Rushing Claw is a potency skill from Rushing Claw. That could be nice for increasing dodge chance, but I'm not going to stick that on right now. Right, and we're going to take Jaguar as well, which I haven't taken any of the builds yet, but deals damage, like a whole load of damage, and then it has a chance, it overfills your ferocity by 4 stacks, and causes you to deal 100% increased damage to injured enemies. And then the last one has a chance to reset its own cooldown, which is going to be really nice for just overstacking your ferocity. And then, I mean, even with that cooldown reduction, it's really hard to keep this up permanently because it only lasts for 3 seconds. So we definitely want more max mana, max vigor, in fact. Casting a skill makes you unstoppable. I mean, the idea would be to get this up permanently, honestly. So we probably won't need these. 1 point there. We want 3 here because, actually, last potency, defensive, or focus skill. Focus. Incarnate, defensive, defensive. Focus. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That will just allow us to cast those more. We've got 6 points left. Obviously, we won't be taking the poison one. We should have quite a lot of vulnerable application in this build, so that might be good. This one here is probably the best, honestly. Because we're going to have permanent 30% attack speed bonus. And because we've got one gorilla skill in there, I mean, you need to be using something every 5 seconds that's a different spirit, ideally. So we really want to get that down to like 5 second cooldown. It'll be at 10 seconds by default, so it might be possible to get that down to... I mean, you want to get that down so you can have it up permanently, so... Yeah, you want to be casting every 5 seconds or so. Ideally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We don't have Soar on this build, interesting. Oh, actually, yeah, we can take Soar as well, actually. Because we won't actually use this in the build. We've just put those in their attack phase. So, yeah, I think adaptive stances might be best here. Saying that, actually... If I stick that unique weapon on, which makes my core skill a basic skill and a core skill, Prodigy's Tempo could be ridiculous. Because it'll be every third consecutive cast of the same basic skill increases all purchase skills ranks by 2 for 5 seconds. It also goes every third consecutive cast of the same core skill will reduce all skills active cooldowns by 10% plus 2% for each of their skill ranks. The thing is, that weapon makes this skill up here a core skill and a basic skill, so you can just cast that 3 times. It'll activate both of these in theory. That could be pretty bonkers. This one will just give you loads of attack speed, loads of damage if you can keep it up every 5 seconds. So, I mean, that would be better leveling up, I think. This one here, it's weird. If you can make them permanently vulnerable, maybe that's the highest damage increaser. Before I can try it, I don't know, though. Honestly. This will certainly help you keep your cooldown for your armor hide up more often. That's just better damage, I guess. Hey, Keridus, yeah, my sister's wedding went really well, actually. She had a great day, and that's the main thing, right? We had a good day. You know, all the families there, loads of friends. It was a really long day, really busy, but it was good. Spent most of the day today sitting in my own space in the quiet, just watching TV, because I just, you know, when you just want to be in your own space. Hey, Gold Snake, thanks for the prime, man. Appreciate you. It was good to see you yesterday as well. Hope you got home safe for the family. But yeah, how was your weekend, Keridus? Right, yeah, I don't know what key passive to slap in here. It's got to be one of these two, I think. I've got to say, this is probably the best one leveling up. Just a flat 30% attack speed will be great leveling up. This will be better later on when you're trying to optimize, and maybe you can get enough attack speed without this. Yeah. Alright, let's try with that one to start with. We'll take Soar as well, because honestly it's just cracked for moving. We got a vulnerable applicator. That leaves us with 2 points. Where do we put the last 2? I mean, if we can keep Resolve up, then there is a way you can generate loads of Resolve, actually. Possible that would be the best place to put them. Yeah, so the thing with this is, if you don't, in the end game, the very end game, you're not going to be killing stuff that fast, necessarily. So you're not going to necessarily get much here until it ends. And that's going to last for 7 strikes. then you get 5 stacks of it. I suppose, actually, with this one here, with the reset, you could potentially end up keeping this up for longer than, say, the Gorilla one. It may actually be worth putting points in Supremacy here. Let's put 3 points in Supremacy there. I think there's a world where actually this would allow you to keep this up more because of the reset capability. We'll have to see. And maybe this as well. Yeah, we'll have to see. That could be good for damage reduction, but it's normally dealing damage that's the issue in the endgame, to be honest. Okay, so that's looking okay to start with as a first draft. So we'll go to the aspects next and the stuff. Yeah, I know that feeling. Just needing space to decompress. That's pretty much it, dude. Yeah, pretty much. Your weekend was great. Out on the bike for the last weekend out of the year. Nice, dude. Hope you had a good time. So I am very interested in trying to... The first thing, before I do anything, actually, I need to check what temperings there would be for any of these skills on the weapons. You see if there's anything there that's particularly, like, required. Scourge poisoning duration. Interesting. Chance for touch of death swarms to reinfect on hit. Interesting. Well, my touch of death build doesn't use any of these tempers. I've kind of done something kind of bonkers with it. So we'll see how that works out. Chance for vortex to extra hit. Now that's interesting because I've definitely got a vortex build in my head. Chance for saw to deal double damage. That's very interesting because I've got a saw build in my head as well. Chance for ravager to extra hit. Chance for... Okay. Primary Jaguar Spirit Hall potency. I mean, that with the doubling up potency anyway, does that mean if I put that on, that the helm will then double this up as well? Maybe. Don't know. What's it say? Their bonuses are 100% more potent. Might do. I mean, that would make every 4th time you deal direct damage to an enemy with a Jaguar skill, unleash additional slashes dealing 100% of the damage you've just dealt. If you just want all of the attack speed in the entire world, so you can get to that all the time, that could be pretty cracked. What else we got? Deal double damage. Cast twice. Yeah, it looks like it's the deal double damage thing. Concussive stomp to extra hit. Okay, interesting. I could see a pretty crazy build with that as well. Chance for rock splitter. Chance for rake to extra hit. Yeah, okay. That was what I was wondering. It's kind of the trade-off, I guess. Do you use one of the unique weapons? Or do you actually take these? I mean, this is the same as going in, hitting with rake and hitting twice. So that's pretty powerful. Don't know what percentages you'd get on it though, that's the problem. Lots of testing to find optimums needed, I'm guessing. Yeah, do we know if these skills and stats are finalised? No, we'll find out we'll get the patch notes on Wednesday. When the camp... is it Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday, when the campfire's over. I would have thought. Yeah, so I'm sort of well, obviously I haven't had a chance to play the game yet. Some people have, but I haven't. So sort of tentatively waiting. Casting an ultimate skill grants you its matching primary spirit hall bonus and increases all skill ranks by 10 for 15 seconds. So that can give you all skill ranks by 10, and you could probably almost permanently keep that up. Ultimate damage. So you can get your ultimate skill to like 15 ranks. Plus you could put a Harlequin's Crest on for another 4 ranks. I could absolutely see an ultimate skill build. Yeah. But that probably wouldn't be the best for this. That only works if it's a basic skill you're using, so that's not for this one. This one would work with this build, but it wouldn't work with the Ravager permanently up, but no cooldown. But then, actually, I'm not sure I'd need that aspect anymore, given I've got 60% reduced cooldowns here anyway. So that'd bring you down to 10 seconds here. So you'd get 10 seconds. Yeah, okay. So this lasts for 6 seconds. And that's down to 10 seconds to start with. So it's only going to be 4 seconds where Ravager isn't up anyway. And then Ravager's duration is increased by kills. So you're almost at a point where you can have that up permanently. Yeah. So I probably wouldn't use that Ravager aspect in this build if Rake is the main damager. It's kind of what I'm thinking. So we go back to the weapons again. I mean, there's this as well. There's this crazy weapon here where every 5 seconds an enemy is marked for your next 10 hits. Marked enemies are vulnerable and your strikes against them are guaranteed to critical strike and overpower. Now the problem here is I'm probably going to attack more than 10 times in 5 seconds. So you're not necessarily going to get those guaranteed crits and overpowers permanently. And there's no way to change that. Well, actually, I don't know. That 10 hits is... Oh, no. Yeah, I don't think there's a way of scaling that. This does give you 10 to all skills, though, and 6 to Apex and 6 to Diminishment, which is the vulnerable damage and vulnerable damage reduction. I think the guaranteed crits and overpowers only works against marked enemies, not vulnerable, which is a bit annoying. Nervous impatience. I'm ready for new content. I think we're all ready for new content. Yeah. Eagerly awaiting, for sure. This does give a phenomenal amount of damage to elites and damage to crit damage, though. So this is actually quite a good weapon. And guaranteed crit damage and overpower is pretty nice. This one here would work well with Rake. Although you wouldn't really necessarily need the Vigor per second. Well, actually, no, that's not strictly true. My Rake would do less damage, but then if you get some max Vigor, you then consume it for an enormous amount of extra crit damage. Ranks to core skills is nice. But this also means you could then scale Rake by core skills and basic skills. Which means you could use Pain Gorger gloves. Yeah. Let's try this solve. I quite like this. There is a world where this would be really good as well. But I quite like this weapon. And for this build, you probably would just go all in on core skills here. Crit chance will be useful as well, because you want to be critting all the time. Vigor per second to get max Vigor ASAP. And Vigor per second, and then maximum Vigor means when you get to maximum, you'll just do more crit damage. That's nice. And then with that, you can use the Pain Gorgers, because that's going to work. These basic skills here will now apply to Rake as well. So you're gaining max ranks core skills, you're getting basic skills there. You're absolutely going to want to put a Starless Skies on here in the best of worlds here. You probably want to go all in on crit charts rather than core skills, but to try and get some max crit charts. So that's another 50x. Lucky hit, attack speed, crit charts, core skills. So you get, 3 or 4 core skills from this at max masterworking. So that's nice. Pants here with basic skills on it. It doesn't matter what the aspect is currently. Yeah, so you put basic skills here as well. So you got basic skills. These should all scale that one skill. So you end up with an absurd number of skill ranks. What skills can we put on boots? Toxic skin. Okay, yes, that won't apply. Yeah. It's pretty insane. And this helm gives you damage reduction, crit chance. That's pretty nice. So I think we'll do this. for now. What's that? 20 skill ranks. So I don't know how many ranks you get on the Rod of Kepaleki. Let's see if we can find out. Wow, head, data mine. Actually, no, wow, head, Diablo 4, season 6, data mine. Let's see if I can get the stats up for it again. It's going to be a lot of ranks, right? You can put 5 in to start with. You can get what? Let's say 3 on a star list, just to be conservative. I can't remember if it goes to 4 or not without GA. Without GA, I think it goes to 3. So that's 8. Pain Gorges goes up to quite high as well. If you got a triple masterwork in GA here, I think this goes up to 10 or 11 or something. So that already takes you to 18. Your pants goes up to 7 if you get a GA and triple masterwork in it. So that's 25. And then the weapon, I presume, is going to go up to a similar, at least to the gloves or higher. So I reckon you can get to 30 plus ranks in Rake here. Let me just see if I can find out. Oh, Paragon, physics aspect, skills. Alright, that's not the items. That is annoying. Item change, just the one I want. Yeah. In fact, actually, oh, for God's sake, I just closed my flipping planner. Did I just lose all that? I bet I did. Oh, that's painful if I did. I think I did. Oh, thanks, game. Thanks. I just clicked the X by accident. I should have pinned it so I can't do that. Christ, I've got to do my skill tree again. God damn it. Kind of wish it had an auto-save thing on it. Never mind, that was my bad. Let's try to get that. Shouldn't take me a moment to put these back in. I remember what I put in. Yeah, 2 of those. 3 there. All these. Yep. 1 there, 1 there. 1 there. All of these. All of these. Vulnerable. No, it's unstoppable. 1 vulnerable. Max this out. Back there and there. 1 in there. 1. The life on kill here we'll look at, because I think there's a way you feed life on kill into this build later. Yeah, we just put 1 point in there because you only get the increase to dodge chance with the 1 there. And we want 3 in here. Make sure that's maxed out. 3 in there. Yeah, just increase the damage. We don't need this. Oh, we don't need Russian Claw at all. What am I doing? So that, okay, right, so we want 3 in here. 3 in here. No, we want all 5 in there. 1 down there, 1 down there, 1 there. 1, 1. So 3, with 3 in there. 1 in there, 2 in there. And then I think there was 1 down here. Right, that's that. I'm actually going to save it as I go this time so I don't accidentally do that again. I'll give it a better name once I get to it. Right, we'll just save this. Right. Should have done that before. We'll get used to making the build. Well, I just remembered what all the stuff I put in was, and I've only just done it once. I've got a pretty good memory for these things. Fortunately, the uniques will only take a moment. I've done a similar setup to a poison build. I mean, there is a world where the weapon tempers for a Touch of Death might be better, but I don't think it will be. I've got this completely insane Touch of Death build where Touch of Death isn't even a core skill. Touch of Death is a cooldown skill, but there's a way of making it a core skill, and then you can put the unique weapon on that additionally makes core skills basic skills. So this skill becomes not only a spender, it then becomes free to cast, and it's not even a crit damage build skill, but there's a node that can make it so poison damage can crit, and yeah, this is crazy string of interactions. And I'm not sure how the AoE is going to play up on it, but the key passive should make it really good if you can get 100% crit chance. And it should just be ridiculous, honestly. I think it will be pretty insane. It looks like it should be pretty fun. I'll have to try it out when I get there, though. Yeah, we'll go full Jaguar, because that loyalty helm is very strong, to be honest. I mean, in terms of the GAs here, I guess damage reduction would be the best overall, but leveling up maybe crit chance would be nice as well. So we got this. We want the what was it? Was it Kepaleki or Sepazontek or something? No, it's a Kepelecki, wasn't it? Yes, Kepelecki. Ranks core skills. Pain Gorges. And then with the Starless Skies over here. And obviously you could just flat replace your Starless Sky with anything useful. Just attack speed, crit chance, and whatever as you go, I suppose. You know, it's the same with all of these. Well, it's going to be basic skills. We'll just stick that in there for a moment because that would be somewhat useful. And this will be basic skills here. I'll do the rest of the stats in a moment. So that's those. I mean, chess piece. Obviously, you could put a Tyrell's Mice in there. But you could also put whatever you like in there, really. Okay, so we'll save this again so I don't lose the stuff. Learning from my mistakes here. Looked like there would be lots of great new builds viable and more open meta. Yeah, so this class has just got some crazy string of like interactions in it, honestly. I'm gonna be honest. The majority of Spiritborn builds are probably going to have Saw in there in some form. I can't see many builds not wanting to use it because it's going to be so good for maneuverability, especially with the new boots you can get for them. But I guess we'll see. The ultimate can go here. And counterattack is 20 seconds. Ravage is 25. I tend to do it like largest and lowest up here. Counterattack and then Armored Hide. Probably put counterattack here. Oh, yeah, and again, Armored Hide is just super good. Super, super good. Counterattack. Looks fun. Yeah, it's a pretty heavy Jaguar build here. This is cool. It's totally different to anything I've made already. I will need to look at the aspects here, though, so there's not a lot of aspect space here. That's the thing. Which is the only reason you might not want to use a Tyrell's Might here. Because you just don't have a lot of room for aspects anywhere. So let's have a look at Amulet. There was a Rake one. This is probably going to want to go on the strongest place possible. Rake manifests a Spirit Jaguar, which also casts Rake as a random enemy, dealing X base damage. Now, obviously, if you're a singular target, you'd expect it to probably attack the same target as you. Sticking this on the Amulet with a max aspects on it would put it up to pretty much just under the amount of damage you're doing. If you had it on a double-handed weapon, it'd do more. But yeah, I presume this is probably going to be what comes here. And then in terms of, because we're going to have a means of making them vulnerable pretty much all the time, we're probably going to want Apex and Potent on this build. In fact, we might want a triple skill Amulet here. So Apex is the one where you get 3% increased vulnerable damage, and it's doubled against elites. So 6% versus elites, 3%, 3% against non-elites. Potent, for each rank, gives you, every time you hit with Jaguar skills, it increases your damage, the damage they take from you up to, with no timer on it. So I think it just increases the damage they take from you up to 100 times. You should get 100 stacks here. And for every rank, it goes up 10%. So Potent is probably going to be your bread and butter here. That's going to be the one you want the GA in, probably. If you can get 7 ranks in that, that's going to give you up to 70x multiplier damage on 100 stacks, which on this build, I imagine you're going to get to 100 Jaguar skill stacks pretty quickly. You could also go Furnace. For every single rank, you get an extra 1% crit damage per stack of Ferocity. And I actually know what's going to go on the boots here. The only reason I'm not going to use the Saw boots here is because I need somewhere to put Ferocity here. Maximum Ferocity increased by up to 5. Now you could put this on the Amulet and you'd get another 3 stacks maybe. But I'm not sure that would outweigh the other aspects overall, to be honest. We'll put this on the boots for now. So that gives you up to 10 stacks of Ferocity. So that's up to... There's 10 stacks of Ferocity with... yeah. 3x, yeah, so that'd be 30% multiplicative damage. If you can get another 7 ranks there, that would be another 70% multiplicative crit damage. So you've either got crit damage here, or you've got multiplicative damage full stop. Either of those would be really good. I think you're going to want Potent and Furnace and Apex, yeah, maybe Potent and Furnace are actually better, honestly. And you could have Apex up here as well. Because you're going to make him vulnerable all the time. Against elites, that would just give you another 5-5. So 5 ranks is going to be 30% multiplicative damage against vulnerable bosses. Let's say we put Potent down here. Oh, it's hard to tell if Potent or Furnace would be better. Got to think about that one. Hey, Zachary, how's it going, dude? A Drink City streamer? Yes, sir. Cheers. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. How you doing? How's your weekend been? Juggler skills deal multiplicative increased damage per stack of velocities. This one isn't reliant on stacking. That will just happen. If you're critting 100% of the time, and you're stacking ferocity as fast as we should be on this build, minimum ferocity increased by 2, so you're always going to have at least 2 stacks of ferocity with Ravager, whilst all the time, actually. That's just passive. Make me have a dance. Do some build crafting, got to have a dance in the middle, of course. Thank you very much, Zachary. Waking me up. Doing good, eating at the moment. Got Starless yesterday. Hey, nice. We like a good old Starless here. Nice, dude. No worries, man. Right, my Ferocity generation. Counterattack's cooldown is reduced. Yes, you just want Ferocity all the time here because counteracts, that cooldown goes down with it. Reduced per Ferocity. Casting Rake grants a stack of Ferocity. The quicker you can cast this, the quicker you can stack Ferocity. And on top of that, gain 1 stack of Ferocity whenever you kill an enemy or damage a boss. So against bosses, you are going to stack Ferocity so fast, it's going to be completely and utterly insane. And then you just need to kill enemies otherwise. But even so, this will stack. And with the double hit of the Rake, it's quite likely this... Oh, it's casting, not hitting, okay. So you need to cast this 10 times, but the speed we're going to be doing it, it should be pretty quick. Is there any other means of getting Ferocity? Yeah, Ferocity here. Let's have a look. Minimum's 2 anyway, and Ferocity gives you 5% gives you 5% attack speed. I don't know if that goes to attack speed cap 1 or 2 yet. I won't know, so I can test it. So yeah, you're going to have a lot of Ferocity here all the time. So actually, I think Furnace will probably be better if you've got 100% crit chance. If you don't, then Potent will be better, I would say. Yeah, it's... I think once you get to a point where you're completely cracked, Furnace probably would be better. Because it's going to be multiplicative crit damage, so it's going to take your final crit damage and then multiply that. And then, I mean, there's a world where Apex would be... This would be an insane amulet to get. Triple skill, Apex, Potent, Furnace. But you could have crit chance here, you could have cooldown here, you could have attack speed, it wouldn't really matter. I mean, this would just be completely ridiculous, I think. This amulet here. I mean, what else can you put in here? Let's have a look. What was Ravenous again? I think Ravenous is a poison one, actually. Yeah, it is. That's no good. Dominant. Brilliance, Unrestrained. Resolution. Oppressive. Nourishment. Follow through is the basic. Ooh, actually, that's a good point. We've turned our core skill into a basic skill, so follow through would work as well. That would probably be better than vulnerable, actually. Better than Apex. And the reason for that being, follow through. Actually, we want ranks in this here. I need to find 3 points because now we've converted this to a basic skill. This goes, your basic skills just deal 5% more multiplicative damage per rank, and it doubles up. It doubles up for the third cast. So every time you third cast this, you're going to end up doing double what this does. You'll get 10% per rank. So actually, yeah, we need to find some points for that somewhere. This will give you some sustain. Not entirely sure how useful that will be, honestly. I'm going to take those out for the time being until I know if it will actually be good or not, and then we'll come back to it. We'll put this other 1 point somewhere. Stick that down there for now or something. That'll do for the time being. Just make sure we've saved all the changes so far. Hey, Frank Ultra's in the house. How's it going, dude? Yo, yo, yo. How's it going, man? Good luck getting that drop. I know, Keridus, right? I mean, this is just crafting out a, you know, final endgame ridiculous build. You got it from Lord Zero House of all the bosses. Nice, dude. Congrats, congrats. Kerrigan's in the house. Drink City Streamer. How's it going, Kerrigan? Cheers for the drink. Cheers, everyone. Appreciate you. You should get a lottery ticket. That's got to be a very low chance of Zero dropping that. Yeah, pretty much. Well, I don't know. If it was a tormented boss, maybe not, because you can drop it. If it's a non-tormented boss, then you're talking luck, yeah. Just want to test something here. I don't actually know if my bot's working for some reason. I haven't seen anything come up from it. What did I call this thing? Bum ba dum bum bum. Where are you? Oh yeah, I'll try that one. Is this actually working? It is working. Okay, that's fair enough. Just double checking. Got to keep me hydrated. Yes, you do. Are you going to be playing the next season of Diablo, Kerrigan? Wisebot's made a few messages. Wisebot does, yeah. That's just blocking. Wisebot blocks bad people thinking bad things. I've mainly linked up to Streamlabs, but I'm looking to try and move over to a different one at some point, but it does the job for now. Right, yeah, so there's a world where, as I say, follow through actually is stronger, because that's 5% per skill point, and that's only 3, and that requires them to be vulnerable. It goes up to 6 against elite enemies, but this goes up to 10 every third cast. This will be more consistent all the time. This will be better against bosses that are vulnerable. Maybe. It's very close. I think this will be better because we're adding this and making this additionally a basic skill. Yeah. So that should be... Well, we could also try and get points in unrestrained here because we are aiming to be unstoppable all of the time, actually. So we probably want this as well. So we can take 2 points out here. We don't really need this because we're not going to be evading much. But, yeah, we want 2 more points in there. Where can I get 2 points from? Let's have a look. I quite like the idea of having this because that's a loss of extra life for free. And we are aiming to be able to have that up all the time, assuming that because that gets turned to Jaguar skill, that will also be reduced by 60%. If not, maybe that wouldn't be better. This is our only form of barrier on this build, so that's going to be nice for like when you're running between fights, I think. I need 2 more points. I mean, there is a world where you wouldn't need this later on. Actually, we won't need this anymore. Our core skill doesn't cost vigor. Well, casting a core skill increases your vigor generation by 15% for 3 seconds. That would help us get to the max vigor quicker. But this doesn't actually cost vigor anymore. We can probably solve the vigor thing anyway. The extra 12% damage there is better, for sure. So we can probably take that out as well. That'll be good leveling up, for sure. So the leveling path for this build will definitely want that. How many defensive skills have we got? 1, 2, I mean, that would also, every time you cast it, you get Vigour. But there might be a better place we can put this point. Probably just stick it down there. Yeah. Okay. So now we just need to figure out the other aspects here. So we've got one defensive and one offensive. So I'm just going to go through the offensive ones again. In fact, we'll have a look at the unique rings first. Just in case, because there might actually, I think there might be one here that's quite good actually. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, gaining veracity also gaining veracity also grants resolve. Generate vigor per second while you have at least 4 stacks of veracity. You will have more than 4 stacks of veracity on this build all of the time. See, that's a lot of vigor per second. Ranks the field perseverance. What's perseverance? Field is one of the ones I was just talking about. That's no, actually no. Ranks the field. Oh no, field is the one where you get life on kill. What's perseverance? Oh, perseverance. Damage reduction per stack of resolve. Now, what interests me about this actually is when you're capped at veracity, does it still allow you to gain stacks of veracity so you can still gain resolve? Because resolve stacks get consumed when you get hit. Damage to elites, damage after killing elites, and the dodge chance on the ring is quite nice. So okay, that's one potential. Your maximum vigor is increased by 50%, and every kill grants you 7 vigor. While you have veracity, your poisonings deal their damage in 33% of the normal duration. So this is like a Jaguar poison build. Cooldown reduction, resource generation on a ring, life on kill, ranks to nourishment. I'd need to have a way of poisoning, and to be honest, my poisoning is not going to be my main damage activator here. 50% maximum vigor would be really nice with this weapon, though. Critical strikes restore 30% of the vigor you have spent in the last 2 seconds, increased by your critical strike damage bonus. Gain counter-attack's passive effect. That could be really nice. I mean, crit damage on the ring. Ranks to Mirage is the evade dodge chance. The attack speed damage to elites. Also bad. You don't get crit chance here, though. That's the problem. I need to be able to get 100% crit chance here. Okay, I'm not sure yet. Mark probably going to re-up WoW, since work will be slowing down a tiny bit. So we'll probably be getting back onto that for a while. Fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough. That ring could work, because you're not... The only time you spend vigor is when... Yeah, the only time you spend vigor is when you get to max vigor and then you attack and it does more crit damage. So as long as you're critting all the time, the next crit will just give you 30% of your vigor back immediately. And it'll be 30% of your maximum vigor, and you'll be stacking loads of crit damage on this. So you may even get all your vigor back every crit, which would be insane. If you can get to the point... It doesn't tell you here how much the critical strike damage bonus increases it. If that increases it to like 70%, there's going to be a world where you're basically going to be doing massive amounts of extra crit damage every single hit on your... And then that unique weapon makes your skill do 30% less damage unless you're at maximum vigor. And then when you're at maximum vigor, it does 100% damage again and does more with crit damage. If you can get it so you can basically restore all your vigor immediately, every attack, so you use it, attack, you get it back, you attack it, and you're attacking so fast, it means every other attack you're going to be hitting way harder than you would have. I mean, that probably would be the ring to use here. Attack speed's nice, crit. I mean, that'll help us solve attack speed a bit. Yeah, generates vigor each time you deal thorns damage. But I'm not really going to be doing... I mean, it gives you the ability to apply poisoning when you're hit as well. But you're only going to do thorns damage in this build when you are hit. So it's going to be reliant on being hit rather than you hitting, which will be a bit annoying, I think. There is a world where one of those rings would be very good. Evading consumes 1 stack of resolve to generate 40 vigor. Gain armored hide's passive effect. Okay. Auspicious, fine. Alright, I need to have a look at the rest of the aspects here. Class specific, more importantly. See if there's anything else that's really like, you absolutely want this on this build. Ravager no longer has a duration, instead drains vigor if until depleted. I've kind of ascertained that actually, because they've got such low cooldown, such a high amount of cooldown reduction here, I will probably be able to keep this up the majority of the time anyway. Hey, Devkez is in house. How's it going, dude? How's it going, man? Good to see you. How's your weekend been? Enemies you poison have 100% reduced healing and your eagle skills. Yes, I haven't got eagle skills here, so that's no good to me. You could have made these skills eagle-based, but then the helm wouldn't work, so that doesn't really work with this build. When you cast an incarnate skill, enemies around you become vulnerable for 5 seconds. Killing a vulnerable enemy echoes 55% of the killing blows base damage to other nearby enemies. So this would give your skill AoE damage when you kill stuff. You'll kill it and it'll blow up and do damage. I'm going to be casting incarnate skills a lot on this build, I think. So you should be keeping the enemies vulnerable permanently here. So that's definitely a potential. We've got that one on. We don't need this. %60% chance to gain velocity when you crowd control an enemy. I mean, I should be gaining velocity so fast in this build, it shouldn't be an issue, I don't think. Gain 1 resolve when you dodge an attack. Your potency skills consume 2 resolve to deal more damage. Okay. I don't even know if I'm using a potency skill. I'd ideally keep resolve up all the time. Focus, defensive, defensive. Yeah, I don't have a potency skill on, so that could work. Which one was that one? But you'd be using that, stacking loads of dodge, and you'd be using that purely to keep your resolve up all the time. But there's a ring that means I can gain resolve on ferocity, so there's that as well. Casting a Jaguar skill in Mystic Circles empowers them to keep your ferocity at maximum and increases your damage by 7% per stack while you remain within. I mean, there is this as well. 10 stacks of ferocity, that's 70% damage. I mean, that doesn't say multiplicative damage, but you would assume it is. So, I mean, that's potentially very good. How was the wedding? Yeah, Devkez, the wedding was alright. It was good. She had a good day. We had a good day. Loads of family, loads of friends. A long day, though. You know when you get to the end of the day and I was just like ready for bed. So I went straight to sleep. And then I woke up today and I was like, I just want to sit in my own space in the quiet and do nothing other than watch TV. And that's what I did. I was just exhausted, honestly. A bit like a 1-2 combo. Light hit, big hit. Like, pretty much carry this if it works that way. You'd have to generate enough vigor between after that one hit to be able to then make it so you're 100% vigor for the next one. But I can see a world where that might actually be possible. You know the feeling. Yeah, it was a big day. But it was good. It's like, my sister had a great day, and that's the main thing, right? Hitting a vulnerable enemy has up to 35% chance to reduce your evade cooldown. Each stack of ferocity you have increases this chance by 3%. Okay. So you can get up to 65% chance to reduce your evade cooldowns on lucky hit by 5 seconds. So that's a way of just making it so you can evade like mental. It's going to be really... Oh. Actually. Yeah, I forgot about these. That one the Mystic Circle won't be better than this. Aspects of adaptability. When cast below 50% maximum resource, basic skills generate primary resource. When cast at or above 50% maximum resource, basic skills deal 100% increased multiplicative damage. That's pretty good. I forgot about these. There's 2 of them as Moonrise as well. I don't have space for both of them, unless I take Starless Skies off. Starless Skies reduces the cost, but actually, yeah, I don't need the... Actually, that's a good point. I won't need the... Although this gives me a 50x multiplicative damage, this only gives a 50x multiplicative damage. It does give a really high amount of attack speed and crit chance on it. I don't have anything right now that's particularly lucky hit based, actually. How high is the lucky hit on this skill to start with? 18%. It's not massive. The plus core skills is nice. There's actually a world here where actually I don't want the Starless Skies on here. And the reason for that is because I've converted this core skill to a basic skill, we've got 2 aspects that are actually really good for damage multipliers on basic skills. You've got adaptability, up to 100% X multiplicative damage, once you're at 50% resource or above. And there's that unique ring we could put on which can help solve that. So there's that. There's also Moonrise, which gives another 100% basic skill damage when you're at maximum, stacking up to 5 times for attack speed as well. So this gives attack speed and multiplicative damage. So this one's the first one you go for. Hey, Dark Lotus in the house. How's it going, dude? Good to see you, man. How was your weekend? Yeah, there's a world here where it's annoying because I kind of want to use one of the unique rings, but I haven't got enough slots here unless I take the Pain Gorges off. I haven't got enough slots to put in both Moonrise and adaptability. Hey, Cletus coming in with the 4 months. Dude, thank you so much and welcome in, dude. How's it going? Thanks for the sub, dude. Appreciate you, man. Give me a number between 1 and 6. I'll do one of these jelly beans for you, you sexy, sexy man. Over there. Let me know. Number 4. Everyone goes for 4 because they're like, wasabi! Eat the wasabi, you noob! It was meh. Lol, how was yours? Yeah, it wasn't bad, dude. It's my sister's wedding yesterday, which went really well. She had a good day. We all had a good day. I was very tired today. Oh, there we go. I'm not going to go into the other screen, but we got a big old green bean. Going for 3 out of 3 on wasabi. Yeah. Here we go. What we got? I think I beat you. I think I got apple. Yes! I don't know why I'm cheering, because it means I've got less apples in that box. That's not wasabi. I win this round. Maybe next time, noob. Yeah, I'm just throwing together a Jaguar build. And then we're going to get some gameplay. I'm I'm torn, because there's some really nice uniques here. But I also want to put adaptability on. So this is going to give you up to 90, about 97, no, it'll be 98% base damage. So that's slightly less than your 100%. But that other one only works when you're at 50% or more resource. And this one is your damage and you get another damage on top of yours. And I'm assuming that the extra hit here can also crit and everything as well. And this just gives you double hits on everything. So it's got double activations and stuff. So this is just going to be better for Rake, I think. And this one's better than adaptability because I think there's a unique ring here. I think the unique ring we've got to use for this build with this basic attacks is that one that gives us the crazy vigor generation. This one here. Critical strikes restore 30% of your vigor in the last 2 seconds. If I can get this so you can crit all the time or near enough, you're going to end up recapping 30% of your max vigor instantly. And it scales by crit damage. If we can get enough crit damage on this build, it doesn't say there's a cap here. So if you can scale that up to 100%, it'd be stupid. You'll just be like, oh, I've just used all my crit. I've just used all my vigor to crit really hard. Boom! Oh, look, I'm at max vigor again. And then you'll just hit really hard again. And it'll be completely cracked. It does mean you gain counterattack's passive effect for free, which means I can actually take points out of counterattack here. and put them elsewhere. Attack speed. Yeah. We're not doing poisonous builds, so that's no good. This one's okay. I'm not really sure how the fueled works into the build at the moment, though. And dodge chance is nice and all, but we can probably get enough of that elsewhere. Hello, cat. How are you? Just popped up. But this does mean you gain resolve when you gain ferocity, so that's quite nice. Yeah. So I'm not sure. I think this one's better here. Midnight Sun. I think we do need this, really. It's annoying we've got Mirage on here. Mirage isn't all that wonderful, but we can get a crazy amount of crit damage here, so I think we need that there. We'll just go without adaptability because we haven't got the slot for it. This is interesting with the Pain Gorges. Damaging enemies with a cast non-basic skill marks them for 3 seconds. When a basic skill first hits the marked enemy, the basic skill does more damage. I will be very interested to see if the Pain Gorges activates with my core skill, which has been additionally made a basic skill. Because this does specify a non-basic skill, but it will be a non-basic skill. It will just be a basic skill as well. It's a core skill and a basic skill. I don't know. That may or may not activate Pain Gorges. If it doesn't, you will be relying on Unleash a Savage Roar, causing each of your attacks to trigger additional 40% damage strike per enemy. It's possible maybe that would trigger it because it's additional damage that isn't necessarily basic skill damage. And or counterattack when they... Well, I don't know. Well, yeah, if they every time someone attacks you, you just retaliate with counterattack. That would potentially trigger it as well. Saw would trigger it. And also your ultimate would trigger it. So, I mean, the Pain Gorges will be triggered a lot here. But it would be pretty stupid if Rake ends up activating that as a basic skill, even though because it's a core skill as well. That'd be pretty funny. Kitty, indeed, Kerrigan. Yep, that was Shadow. Shadow's the ultimate lovable cat. He really is. You got to go get your hair cut and beard tidied up? Nice, dude. I did mine yesterday, so I didn't look like a bum at my sister's wedding. This is another Spiritborn build you're putting together? Watching on phones? Can't really see? Yes, dude. It's a Jaguar build. I'll explain it to you. 2 seconds. Also, Pain Gorges could be getting changed to stop that interaction. That's true, Caridus. So, obviously, all of my builds will get tweaked after we find out exactly what's going on after Wednesday. So, basically, in this build, just going to make sure I've saved the current stuff. We are running double Jaguar as the primary spirit and the secondary spirit. The reason for this being the first one means every time you do the fourth time you deal direct damage, it takes all of those 4 hits and it does that 100% damage again. The secondary spirit means you gain maximum ferocity, which is increased by 1, so you can get 1 more. Your maximum ferocity normally is 5, I think, and you get 5% attack speed per ferocity. This will get you up to 6, and then you gain 1 stack of ferocity whenever you kill an enemy or damage a boss. Because we've gone double Jaguar, there is a unique helm, which means when your Spirit Hall choices match, so you got both of them the same, it means their bonuses are 100% stronger, and their base spirit costs are 60% less, and they have 60% cooldown reductions if it's rolled the highest version, between 20 and 60. So you're going to end up getting 200% extra damage on your 4 hits when you do 4 damage. So the faster you attack, the better here. And you're also going to get 2 maximum ferocity, and you're going to gain, well, maybe 2 stacks of ferocity when you kill an enemy. We'll see. But either way, that's going to be really nice. And obviously makes your skills really cheap and reduce cooldowns. Now, the reduction in the cost isn't so important here, but the reduced cooldowns could be. There is a world here where we could replace this and not go double Jaguar, and we could go for the other unique helm. Because we're converting to a basic skill, there is a world where the harmony of Ibawaka would be better, because that gives it, if you went for 2 different spirits other than Jaguar as your primary and secondary, you could get 150% multiplicative damage on your skills. You get 50% for each different spirit type. But for now, I am going to use the Loyalties Mantle, because this Rod of Kepalaki, which is the weapon I've put in, so that's a core skill. I'm using Rake, which is a core skill, and this weapon converts your core skills to be additionally basic skills, and they're free to cast, but they deal 30% less damage unless they're at max vigor. When you're at max vigor, it does 100% damage, and it consumes all of the vigor to critically strike. So it always critical strikes at maximum vigor for 3% increased critical strike damage. So if you can get to 100% vigor really fast, you're going to crit strike on that hit every time, and you're going to do a massive hit of crit damage. So that's real nice. So that does mean the reduced base spirits here is not particularly useful, but it does mean the 60% reduced cooldowns is super nice here for every other skill we're using. So that's that. And also it means that Rake can now should be able to scale with basic skill, additional basic skills and additional core skills, because it's a core skill and a basic skill. So Pain Gorge for basic skills on Pants, core skills on the Rod of Kepaleki. I did have the Starless on, but we don't really need the 50x damage bonus there. Doesn't outweigh aspects of Moonrise, because that goes up to 100% basic skill damage, so that's better. And even though it comes with core skill, ranked crit damage, attack speed, and all that good stuff, and they roll really high, it probably is better that we can probably put, like, I don't know, Dex, let's say crit charts, crit damage here or something, or... So the one thing I don't know, because I haven't been able to test the game, Ferocity gives you 5% attack speed per stack. I'm going to take a guess that goes to attack speed cap 1. And if that does, that's going to stack in. So you've got attack speed cap 1, you've got attack speed cap 2. Both can go to 100% in each. Once you get to 100% attack speed cap 1, you get no more additional from anything. So if you overstack in cap 1, you're just wasting stats. If Ferocity goes to cap 1, like I think it most likely will, you won't need much attack speed in your gear here, because you can get about 20%. In fact, there's a world where you can get about 20-30% in your Paragon boards. And with the build I've got, you can get up to a maximum of 12 stacks of Ferocity without your ultimate skills. So that's 60% attack speed. So you can get nearly 100. You can nearly cap your attack speed without any attack speed on your gear whatsoever. So that, and then you've got attack speed in your Pain Gorges. So that's that's it. It's done. You don't need attack speed anywhere else in this world. And I've got attack speed on this ring here. So I wouldn't even necessarily need to take that board for attack speed, because I've got 2 attack speed options here. So there is a world here where I probably won't need attack speed on this ring. So you can probably just go Dex. If it goes to attack speed cap 2, then we'll want to take attack speed on our gear every single place we can. And that would allow you to get ridiculous attack speeds, because it's not always very easy to get your attack speed cap 2 up. And actually, that's just reminded me. Moonrise goes to attack speed cap 1, at least on every other build. So that's going to be 20%, that's going to be 37, that's going to be 54. 12 stacks of this is going to get us, that's 100% done. Like, we're actually over attack speed caps here. Yeah. I mean, maybe adaptability would be better here then. This will be better leveling up. It'll give you more attack speed leveling up. Adaptability may be better later on, because that means if you are below 50% max resource, it'll just give you another 3. But yeah. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. It might also be that the other unique ring will be better than this one. So we'll see. We are missing crit chance here, which is kind of the issue I've got with this ring, actually. There was another one here, but it doesn't have crit chance on it either, which is kind of annoying. None of it... Oh, actually, this one does. But that's a poison ring. Yeah, we're not doing it. That's no good to us. So this is where the Starless Skies would be nice. Although saying that, actually, we're not spending primary resource very often, so the Starless Skies wouldn't work on this build. Because you're not spending primary resource until you're at max resource. Well, that's not strictly true. If you can get your primary resource up to 100 super fast, then you would spend it. But you need to be spending primary resource within 3 seconds for it to stack. So I don't think the Starless would work very well here. We'll leave this ring on for now. Because you get a huge amount of crit damage. Yeah, and then we're just going to want to cap out crit chance here for sure. Hey, Rosie Glory's in house. How's it going, Rosie? I found out some crazy stuff about new season, but under NDA. It's exciting stuff. Yeah, XGS, I don't want to know anything that's under NDA. Because that's going to be spoiler level content for me. And that means if you found that out, you've either found that out from someone who's under the NDA and shouldn't have told you, or you've been told by Blizzard in a matter of words. So yeah, don't tell us anything for your own sake. You can get in a lot of trouble if you break NDA. All I'm allowed to say is it's exciting, nothing more. Is this build for... No, this is a Spiritborn build. Caridus, I'm going to have to wait. It's literally a week and 18 minutes until it releases. We can all wait, it's fine. My lips are sealed. What are you trying to get out of this build? I'm just making a Jaguar build, that's all. I don't need to play the game to be able to see the interactions. Obviously, I can't play them. But I'm just making builds that sound like they should be pretty fun. Alright, let's have a look at the tempers here. Bonus to counterattack charges. That's interesting. Incarnate cooldown reduction will be insanely good for this build. Because we've got 3 incarnate skills. And then the Hunter cooldown reduction could also be really nice. Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute. What offensive options have we got? Jaguar will be good for everything because all your skills get converted to Jaguar damage. So that'll be really good for this, potentially. But you also crit damage. Yeah, I don't know how high Jaguar damage goes here. Critical damage will probably be the best if you can get enough crit chance. And also the crit damage scales. Yeah, you probably want this because that scales the unique ring. And then it doesn't look like there's a cap on it, but we'll have to see. Resource. I mean, resource generation could be nice, but I think you just want cooldown reduction here. Yeah, it's either the Hunter cooldown reduction, but the Hunter kind of has its own way of making it resetting itself in a way. So I think in a way, Incarnate would be better. This will help us keep up our Arm and Hide all the time. It'll give us a counterattack way more often and Ravager and all that good stuff. So I think this is probably better. We'll stick with that for now. That sounds reasonable. And then tempers here will be similar, to be honest. Again, you probably just want to stack damage because that's kind of where you tend to struggle at the end. Let's have a look at utility here quickly, actually. Ravager on kill duration extension. Okay. Rake size. Okay, we probably do want a rake size. Interesting. Because that will just mean we're hitting in a bigger area, right? We can't put it on our weapon with this weapon. So yeah, if we go crit damage again and rake size here, they made it so that a lot of these are utilities. You can stick them on your amulet now, which is really handy. Ranks the Furnace is just going to be ridiculous if you can get crit damage enough. Crit that chance. It's annoying I can't get crit chance there. There is a world here where maybe actually taking follow through and putting crit chance on here would be better to get to 100% crit chance, but we'll figure that out. You have to wait till a week after launch? How come you have to wait till a week after launch, Caridus? What are you meowing at, cat? What? What? Where are you? Oh, you're there. Just hear him come in and meowing at me. This cat has been on my bed cuddling with me all day watching TV. Like, he was literally watching the film with me. It's hilarious. He was watching the screen the whole time. You could see his eyes moving. So I was like, I don't know if he actually he obviously didn't understand anything that's going on, but he was genuinely watching me. So he's now meowing at me for payday mid-month. Oh, I see. Fair enough. We need more crit chance. We haven't got... Oh, no, okay, we've got crit chance on the helm. That's quite nice. So that's one source of crit. Oh, cat, what? We got crit chance on the weapon, okay. Okay, crit chance on the helm. So we've actually got crit chance in weird places here. We've got crit chance on the helm, crit chance on the weapon, crit chance on a ring. Yeah, you may want crit chance on the amulet as well to be able to get 100% crit chance here. Let's just say that's 17.3, 17.3. And then that's going to be a GA. That goes up to what, about 24, is it? Yeah, something like that, isn't it? So that's what, 34, 58. And then Dex gives you crit chance. And you're going to have a lot of Dex on this build. You won't be quite 100%, I don't think, unless you can get the crit chance on the helm as well. I don't think there's a unique chest that gives you crit chance. Let's have a quick look. Endurance. No, didn't think so. Okay. I mean, this would be a ridiculous amulet to try and get follow through potent and furnace, to be honest. That would be pretty nuts. I mean, saying that, our crit chance is going to be pretty high still. 58 without Dex. And then, I can't remember, if I go to something like max roll at the moment, I don't really particularly like using their build planners, but they do have the stats in there as we know them. We'll get some crit on Paragon boards. Yeah, you can get... There's one Paragon board cluster in a Spirit board that gives you crit, I think. And that is in the Eagle board. So we would absolutely use that board. So that would get you up to about... I think it's about 7% you can get. Something like this. And maybe there's more. Maybe there's 2 clusters. Maybe there is a Jaguar board. Okay, I'll tell you what. I mean, actually, the one thing I was just going to use this for... Well, oh, God, I can't even find it. Max roll build D4... I just want to know how much crit we get from the Dex again. I can't remember. It will get me close, yeah. I just wanted to know. Okay, so we've got 2.7 crit chance for 135 dexterity, so we can just work backwards from this. I think that stays roughly the same. 2.7. Every 50 dex gives you 1% crit. Okay. So let's just say we can get to 3,000 dex here. Oh, I can do this in my head, but I'm going to do it on here so you guys can see. So, oops. So 3,000 dex divided by 50. That's 60% crit chance in theory. That can't be right, surely. That would be ridiculous. Oh, let's go Spirit Born a moment. Oh. That doesn't increase crit chance. What? Strength increases crit chance on Spirit Born. Interesting. That's annoying. Well, apparently. Dexterity increases skill chance and dodge chance. Okay, I'm glad I checked that. I would obviously need to wait to make sure that's correct. Oh, you get a 5% base as well, don't you? That's right. So you get 5% base crit chance anyway. So we've got 58 from items. That's 63 with the base. But the problem is here, strength. Now, I do have all stats here. So that could be a bit of strength. But obviously I'm not going to have the largest amount of strength on this. So every 50 strength. So there is a world where maybe I could end up with like 700 strength maybe. Let's say 600. Be really conservative here. So that's 12%. That'd get me up to 75%. That's really annoying. I was really hoping Dex would do it. Okay. That's interesting. And intelligence is resource gen as well. Interesting. Okay. 75 is not terrible, but if we need more crit chance, we absolutely could put another one on the amulet. In fact, I kind of feel like you're going to need to do that. That would get you to 90+% if you get GAs across the board. And then if you can get a bit more, then if you could get to 1,000 strength, that would get you to 100%. Hey, Aussie Cletus' wife's in the house. Yeah, I'm good. How are you? Hope you're well. Yeah, I feel like to get to 100% crit chance on this build right now. Oh, no. No, I wouldn't need to do this. Well, actually, no. I probably will need the crit chance here. There's a Paragon glyph that gives you extra crit chance on Jaguar skills. Right, let's do the Paragon board. We just need to do the chest. I'm just going to check defensive, skill-specific chest things here first. We're not poisoning. We're not using Scourge. Gain 5% increased armor and extra thorns. We're not using this. Saw cast Vortex at its landing location and deals increased damage. That could be nice for putting in enemies. You gain Resolve for each vigor you gain over 100. Now, actually, this could be absolutely ridiculous for Resolve gaining. And then I could spec in the skill tree to get damage reduction from Resolve. As long as you get a 10 roll here. Because this is over 100. That doesn't scale. And you get 100 by default. I've got maximum vigor on the weapon. I've got maximum vigor I've got 30 maximum vigor in here. And we're going to be aiming to get some max vigor as much as humanly possible. As quickly as humanly possible. And we should be able to do that pretty quickly with that ring. So that's already... I mean, I don't know what the max vigor is on that weapon. But that should get us to at least 150. It'll probably be like 160, 170. So that's a lot of Resolve straight away. And Resolve caps at 7 or 8 stacks. I think it might be 8. By default. And we could probably... Yeah. So that's definitely a potential. I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff in here. Casting Rushing Claw extends its duration of... Casting Rushing Claw extends the duration of your active incarnate skills effects by up to 1.25 seconds. Up to 10 seconds. Oh, right, I see. I mean, there's a world here where Rushing Claw could be used to just make your incarnate skills last forever. But I'm aiming to get 100% uptime of incarnate skills anyway. So that's definitely a possibility, but I haven't got Rushing Claw on the build right now. Gain block chance. Blocking an attack from a close enemy has a chance to cast Concussive Stomp at them. We're probably not going to have a barrier active that often this build. Yep. Gain 15% block chance per Resolve stack, but we haven't got a consistent way of gaining Resolve, which is why the other one interests me. Your Resolve has a up to 6% chance to not be lost when you are hit for each stack of Ferocity, and I can get up to 12 stacks of Ferocity on this build. So that's 72% chance, but the problem is if you're getting hit 10 times, you're still going to lose Ferocity quicker than you can generate it, I think. We're not using Razor Wings on this, so that's no good for us. Whenever an enemy hits, your dodge chance against them increases. The thing is, we're aiming to use counter. If you can keep counter attack up 100% of the time or near enough, you're going to have... That permanently makes it so you dodge everything, so... Yeah, okay. So there's a few options here, but I kind of feel like, to start with... Making it so you can generate Resolve like no tomorrow is actually really nice. Because Resolve naturally gives you damage reduction anyway. As long as you can keep your Resolve stacks up. The Armored Hide gives you a generation of Resolve every second, but this gives you another means of generating Resolve like crazy. because you're going to be generating vigor so much. So I think we'll start with that. That will give us a means of damage reduction, which is kind of like a Tyrell's Might replacement. You could put a Tyrell's Might here as well. Frankly, this is a non-Uber version, I guess. But we'd need to find points to put in here. Well, it's additional damage reduction per stack of resolve. Yeah, you get 1 resolve every 5 seconds with this. While active, armor hide increases your block damage reduction by 5%. So having this active 100% of the time means you've got 100% block anyway. And then you get loads of damage reduction from block. I might just take the barrier out here, honestly. We're not really utilising any barrier mechanics. And the extra 10% block chance here, it gives you more block damage reduction. But the extra block chance won't matter when you got 100% with this up all the time anyway. It's probably better that we get the damage reduction with resolve stacks. 8 stacks is another 12%. Is it 8 stacks? Might be 10 stacks, but it gets you up to pretty 12. It's like 12 or 15% damage reduction, I think. Yeah, it might be 8 stacks. So we'll do this for now. You have to think about defense to a certain degree. Those points could potentially come out later on. This build is going to be working in so many different worlds. Yeah, well, I try to think of all angles when I'm building a build. I'm trying to think of all things like defense, offense, sustainability, resource consumption and or usage, cooldowns, etc. I suppose. We could also, because we've got 2 defensive skills here. That's an Incarnate Jagger of Focus. Defensive. Getting extra ranks in counterattack just increases the damage you do back with it. And this isn't really a damage dealing skill as such. We actually get this for free. I don't know if reinforced counterattack is a multiplicative bonus. Does it say in here? Oops. Oh, what are you doing? Oh my god, this website has clunky UI. It is. Okay. So even though I get the counterattack passive for free, counterattack passively increases your critical strike damage by 6% for every close enemy up to 30%. So a single target enemy will only give you 6% multiplicative damage, but if you've got 5, you can get 30. So it's not going to be that great. It's not going to be that great against single target bosses. It might be a world where adaptable counterattack would be better. When you dodge a control impairing attack with counterattack, it will reflect that crowd control to all close enemies for 2 seconds. So it means you can dodge the crowd crowd control, but then you also send it back to the enemies. That is quite nice. Yeah. Just looking, see what we could do with the... So we look at these other nodes quickly, see if they've got the multipliers on them or not. Okay. Fine. Yeah, multiplicative. That's what I figured. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll keep that for now. But there is a world where that crowd control one might actually be better in the end game, where it takes you a bit longer to kill stuff and you don't want to get crowd control killed. Alien Dance, I just want you to know who I am. Alien Dance. What's the Alien Dance thing? So I think the skill tree is looking okay. I mean, this is a rough draft. I haven't had a chance to play with it. There's things here that might just not work as well in practice as I think. But if we're generating our basics, so this won't cost vigor anymore. It will generate vigor as a... Okay, it won't generate vigor as a basic skill because it's not a generator. Well, I don't know, actually. It converts it to a basic skill so it doesn't cost vigor anymore. But you've got loads of vigor per second here. I mean, on your chest, but the benefit of having a chest piece here that isn't the Tyrell's Might means that we can put more dexterity on. That's more skill damage. We can put vigor per second on. Actually, no, we can just go max life and then go vigor per second. So we get loads of life. We go vigor per second. But honestly, I think actually we'd be better off going maybe vigor per second. Maybe you wouldn't need another vigor per second here because you've got vigor per second on the weapon. But you've got vigor per second here and you could go armored hide here. These extra ranks here would just make armored hide last longer. You may not actually need this. I'm sort of wondering in my head now whether it's worth it. This would help you keep armored hide up 100% of the time, which you would absolutely want, because that gives you resolve generation by default, gives you 100% block chance, which I believe this weapon doesn't have on it. Oh, it does. This weapon has block chance on it. Okay. Do we know how much block chance it has? It's a bit annoying. I'm going to mention it to the Mobalytics team to see if we can get the stats added in there. It's a bit more work, but it would be super handy to be able to see that stuff. Yeah, 45% block chance. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Lol. You can get 8 core skills by default on this weapon. Holy. If you get a GA, that's 12. And then if you masterwork it 12 times... Jesus, you can get 21 core skills in it. And it is multiplicative crit damage. What? That is ridiculous. Holy shit, that's going to be ridiculous. If that is multiplicative crit damage. I assumed that was going to be an additive crit damage. If you've got 150 vigor, that's going to be 450x increased critical strike damage. That can't be multiplicative. 450x critical damage. And you get 23.4 on here. That would be insane. That would legit be mental. 16 vigor per second. If you get a 4 GA of this, look at how stupid this weapon can be. 47 max vigor, 16 vigor per second, 21 core skills, 23.4 crit chance. And if that is true, that you get a 3% multiplicative increased crit damage, that means with 100, you'd be... You've got another 30, so you've got 77 max vigor. This is without your Paragon board, and you can get max vigor in your Paragon board. So that's 77. So that's 177 times 3. So that's 300 plus 231. That's 500. That can't be multiplicative. That would be mental. That's 5.3 times crit damage. You hit for like 10 million. You're going to hit for 53.5 million on those hits. I mean, that would be freaking insane. This would be mental for my other build as well, if this is true. But this is crazy. 21 core skills. Holy crap. Yeah. I mean, that weapon is goated for this kind of thing. Right. Well, I mean, I'm not even certain you would honestly need vigor per second here as well. But we're going to put it there anyway. Why not? And then we're obviously going to want a defensive thing here. So you could have armor hide active duration. We won't need patient guard because we've got 100% crit damage anyway. Sorry, block chance, and that would give us more block chance damage reduction. Bonus to field, resilience, resolve generated. Now I think resolve generated might actually be really good here, or maximum resolve stacks. We've got a means of generating resolve pretty quickly here, I think. Like if we've got double GA vigor per second here, we're going to have like 25, 30 vigor per second plus the default vigor per second. I assume there's some default vigor per second. So, yeah, I don't know if the core skill will generate vigor. Now that it's a basic skill. It won't cost vigor. I don't know if it will generate vigor. We'll have to see. It doesn't say that on the weapon. Because I haven't had a chance to play it. So I don't know. This would benefit us Armoured hide, it would benefit us on the aspects as well, potentially. Depending how high the percentages. But maximum resolve stacks would allow us to scale higher. Dodge chance could be super nice here as well. Although, not sure on that. Armoured hide, resolve generation rate. That could be really nice. That's probably going to be better than... Well, I don't know. Resolve generated would play to the aspects and this. It kind of depends how high this goes. I mean, this would need to be... If it's a percentage, it needs to be over 100% to be worthwhile. Otherwise, you're only going to have one anyway. So... Yeah, resilient, fueled, auspicious. Let's have a quick look what those do again. I'm still learning. I know what most of the tree does now. I just can't remember all the names of the nodes. Auspicious is the barrier, so we don't need this. Resilient. There's the other ones. Resilient is a guerrilla skill granting max life. So ranks in that could give you a loss of max life. Acceleration. I think the other one might be in here somewhere. Yeah, I don't think any of those are particularly useful. I bet the waiting on getting those stats would be near impossible. Probably. It's nice to dream though, right? Nice to dream. It's difficult without knowing all the numbers here. Just while I've got this open here, maybe I can get a chess piece up here where I can just stick one of those on. What's it called? Aspects of tenacity. You gain resolve. For each 10 vigor, you gain over 100. Fine. Where's the temperings? Tempering. Okay. I mean, this is all data mined, so we don't know. It's 40% active hide arm active duration. I mean, that's huge. It lasts for 4.2 seconds to start with. So that's going to give you another 1.6 seconds or something. And if you get ranks to armored hide, it'll be even longer. So that would make it really easy to keep armored hide up all the time, which I feel like is quite nice, to be honest. Spiritborn recovery. Up to 3 maximum resolve stacks pre-masterwork. Let's put 12 masterworks in here so we can actually see what the final numbers would be. Without... Yeah, it's 58%. 6 resolve stacks, that's pretty big. Resolve generated. +7. Okay, it's not percentage, it's an actual number. That could be mental. If that's +7 on arm and hides, you generate 8 resolve per second. That basically solves resolve generation. If you've got armored hide up all the time. I feel like that's going to be... That's how I'm reading it. Yes, I feel like that's probably the one. We should be able to keep armored hide up the whole time here anyway, I think. Armored hide resolve generation rate. What's that like? Yeah, so that's it. The resolve generation rate for the armored hide is a percentage based. But resolve generated, I don't know if that will work with armored hide. Because there's a specific armored hide one. That just looks better to me. But then maybe this works with the aspects. And then I gain 8 resolve every time I gain 10 vigor over 100, which will just be crazy as well. That legitimately will just keep me at max resolve. So I think we'll try this. That sounds pretty insane. Rake size 72.5%. I've got it on the amulet. Wow. Yeah, so we've basically got like massive rakes. You can get up to 100% increased size. 72.5 is not bad. Max life increases aren't that high. Okay, I think for now, there's a world where we might actually need to take armor on here, not armored hide. I'm actually thinking about this now. don't know how we're going to cap our armor on this build right now, but I'm going to play it like it is going to be capped, I think. So yeah, we'll put resolve generator in here and see how that actually works. Utility, on the other hand, we've got rake size again, but we've got one of those already, so it would be a waste to put that in 2 slots, I think, even without the Masterworks. What else we got? Scourge, Touch of Death. Oh, it might actually be better to put Rake here. Obviously, got the Lucky Hit CCs. Yeah, put Rake size here, actually. Because then we can change this one here to something else. Maybe not put Utility on here. We can put something else on. Put a Resource on. Maybe some cooldowns here, because we've got 3 Incarnate skills. Velocity, Vigorous, Endurance. What do they do again? They down here, are they? Nope. Where are you? Velocity, Vigorous. Endurance, where are you all? There's Endurance. Casting defensive skill grants Vigor. Where is Velocity again? I thought it might be one of these. No. Oh, Vigorous, here we go. Casting a core skill increases all Vigor generation. Generate Vigor while moving. If you have dealt damage in the last 5 seconds. The problem is you've got to be moving, so it won't necessarily work that well. This one will be better overall. Vigor generation. Get what, like... How much can you get on the amulet here? Just stick that on and then go to... Vigorous, yeah. This is what I figured. Without GA in it, it's not going to be crazy. It's just 3, yeah. Okay. I think the cooldowns are better. Let's have a quick look at... We want... Accurate efficiency, 11.6% incarnate cooldown reduction, 6 counterattack charges, plus 6 counterattack charges. You can get 30% reduction, cooldown reduction on your ultimate. You got 60% on it anyway, which brings it down to like, I don't know, 18, 22.5. Like it brings it down to like a 15-second cooldown anyway. You're probably only going to get about 15% out of that. 6 counterattack charges means you can base your counterattack all the time, which means you dodge attacks all the time. It'll be insane. You're never going to get hit by anything. Yeah, I mean, we just whack that on. Screw it. As much as the cooldowns would be lovely, you've got 60% by default here, and you've got cooldown on your gloves as well. And you can get some cooldown in the Paragon board if we use that board. I kind of feel like counterattack here charges could just be insane because you get 2 charges every 20 seconds. You can reduce the 20 cooldown to 8 because you've got 60% cooldown reduction anyway from if you get a maximum unique. But even if you don't, you've got cooldown in your Pain Gorges. And that can get to a reasonable level. Still got to put stats on these. But you won't get cooldown there. So that would be 8. And there's a means where that could trigger after an ultimate skill to get free casts as well for the next 5 seconds. So there's a world where you're just going to... You don't even need to stack a dodge chance here, because you're just going to have... When you've got an active counterattack, you dodge all direct attacks for 3 seconds. Which is just crazy. And counterattack's cooldown is reduced for half a second per stack of ferocity you have. So I'm going to have 12 stacks of ferocity pretty much all the time. So that's another 3 seconds. So that's going to bring that down to 9-second cooldown for 2 charges. And if you've got 8 charges, it's like a charge a second. And each one of these lasts for 6 seconds. I don't even know. Yeah, you don't even need the extra charges, actually. Because this is down to 8 seconds anyway. Even if it's not. If you get this down to 12 seconds, you can have this up permanently. You just use a charge, you wait for it to run out, you use another charge. So actually, that's probably a waste. You probably don't need counterattack charges on this. I don't think. If I'm reading that right. Yeah. Dodge all direct attacks for... Oh no, for 3 seconds per cast, up to 6 seconds. Okay. So 2 charges gets you up to 6 seconds. So you would need to get to charge cooldown of 6 seconds to keep that up permanently. So you can permanently dodge all direct attacks all of the time. But if you've got 8 charges of this, that gives you 18 seconds. You don't even need much cooldowns. As long as you time it right, you're going to be able to keep counterattack up all the time. You're just going to dodge all direct attacks all the time. So then you've only got to worry about indirect attacks like poisons and dot damage and stuff like this. Yeah, that sounds pretty insane to me. Hey, John Doe, yeah. We're just doing a bit of a build here, and then I'm going to get into some gameplay in a bit. I didn't expect it to be busy tonight, I've got to be honest. Mondays are typically very quiet nights, and obviously we're so late in the season now, most people have basically been saying to me we are basically waiting for the expansion. So, hey, Bone Mill, how's it going, dude? How's it going, man? It's good to see you. You survived the Raptor attack, so apparently US gets VOH. No. So Bone Meal, it is a unanimous, simultaneous release. It's going to be so the Europeans are getting screwed the hardest. It's releasing at midnight here in my time. To me that doesn't bother me. I'll start playing it at midnight, and won't finish playing it for 24 hours or more. It won't bother me what time it comes out. But a lot of people in Europe means it's coming out at midnight, 1 p.m. Midnight, 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. or something like this. So a lot of Europeans are getting screwed here. Like Wu Dijo, for example. I think he's somewhere in Europe, and he's in a later time zone than me. So it's going to release for him at a stupid time in the morning. But for US, it'll come out on the 7th, 4 p.m. at Western time, and 7 p.m. Eastern time, and wherever in the central in between. Australia, it's going to release on the 8th at like 9 a.m, 10 a.m, something like this. And Asia will be roughly in and around that time. Yeah, I kind of hope that the people playing the preview version have still got to do the campaign when they start. The way I'm reading it is you can skip... We'll find out on Wednesday if there's a separate option to skip the Vessel of Hatred campaign, and if there is, I will probably do that to not have any spoilers for you guys, and I'll do the campaign off stream. But the way I read it from the post I saw earlier is the normal skip campaign option, which we use currently, that will skip the main campaign. It won't skip the Vessel of Hatred campaign. That's how I've read it. Now, if that's the only option we get, that means everyone will be forced to do the campaign to start with, which I don't think is a bad thing, as long as even the people that have been playing the preview build are also forced to do this, because the preview version's counted as a separate version of the game, so it hasn't tracked it in their main account stats, if that makes sense. Because otherwise you're not giving a fair playing field to everyone, really. But anyway, we'll see how that works. There may be a separate option, like skip Vessel of Hatred campaign. The only problem is if they did that, once you start adding loads of different expansions, you're just going to have gazillions of options of what you want to skip. So I have a feeling it might just be one option, and everyone will be forced into doing it. So we'll see how it goes. Theory, because it might not work. This stuff should work, but until I actually get to test it, obviously I do make some assumptions. But my assumptions are normally sound. It just depends if things actually work. They might be bugged. They might do something completely different to what they actually say they do. I've done my, so the theory's generally sound. I will be accepting kitchen furniture and on short vacation, so don't care. We'll be free when it comes out, so I'll be grinding. Sorry. Fair enough, dude. Fair enough, man. Life definitely comes first. They have said for sure everyone has to do the VH campaign section. The skip. The standard skip option right now does only skip the standard campaign, but it depends how that works. Because once you've done the VOH campaign, I imagine if that is the only option we've got, I imagine that option will then skip both campaigns. Once you've done it for the first time, like we've got right now. But so that means if the people who have been playing the preview version have been tracked on the standard servers, they will have already done the campaign and such, right? But if it's not tracked on the standard servers and it's tracked as separate stats with a version of their accounts copied, like we got in the PTR, for example, then that means they will be forced to do it as well. That's kind of what I'm hoping, because it gives a fairer play field to everyone. Otherwise, they've just got an advantage where not only do they know the best places to go, they can also access them from the get-go, and most people won't be able to. So we'll see. I don't know. Hopefully they'll address that, but we'll see. It'll be what it is. We can't change it either way, right? I hope this set the same as everyone else, because at least then it's a fair playing field to everyone. Yeah, exactly. So I guess we'll see. We shall see. Right, so I think this looks okay for now. The stuff sounds sound. I mean, we might need to put armor on here, so then we'd just take ranks to armored hide off, or maybe even vigor per second. But I think the way I've read it, this makes your core skills additional basic skills and free to cast, but it doesn't say anything about them generating vigor. So in that case, we will need just as much vigor generation as humanly possible. Yeah. I kind of feel like this ring might not be the best option. Although, saying that, it really does actually, does it say in here, it does hinge on that distance crit. Starless Skies on here is called distance crit. Oh. Using... I'm not entirely sure if that's in the final build, because that definitely isn't on Mobilitics. I haven't seen that ring at all. That ring... They've got some unique rings in here, which I haven't seen before. You continuously pulse thorns damage every 5 seconds. The frequency increases up to 1 second for enemies. The frequency increases up to 1 second for 10 enemies. I mean, obviously, saying that, thorns damage doesn't crit. So there's a ring, apparently there's a ring here with crit chance, crit damage, core damage, lucky hit, but I mean, this would be insane for thorns damage. But yeah, these might be rings they've data mined, which aren't coming with the season 6, because I haven't seen those at all. How do I take the ring out here? I want to replace it. What? Let me replace the ring. How do I get rid of it? I don't know how to use this website very well. Can I remove the ring here? Because that is very annoying. I want to remove you, please. Oh, this is PTR. Oh, well, yeah, PTR, yeah. Unequip. Oh, it's right there. Not very obvious, but I got it. This one here, using 3 consecutive basic skills, creates a 5-second mark on the ground around the first enemy it hits. Moving away from the mark increases critical strike chance. So, I mean, this would be ridiculous for my current build, but I don't think either of those rings are in the version. I haven't seen either of those. Wow, that's a lot of maximum life. Evading consumes 1 stack of resolve to generate 40 vigor. Gain armored hide's passive effects. Auspicious. Lucky hit damage, blah blah blah. Oh, well, so this is the thing as well. This says this ring gives 45.8% cooldown reduction, which is mental. Your maximum vigor is increased by 50%, and every kill grants you 7 vigor. While you have ferocity, your poisonings deal their damage in 33% of the normal duration. I mean, that bit wouldn't really apply to this build. 47 life on kill. There is a way to make life on kill work in this build. I just haven't got there yet, I don't think. I think there's we'll have a look later. Loads of resource generation. I mean, this has got some nice stuff on it for the build, for sure. I mean, not that we need more cooldown reduction, but that is pretty bonkers. I'm not entirely sure that number's going to be correct. That seems very high for cooldown reduction on a ring, honestly. I saw the boots as well have stupid cooldown reduction. Yeah, I'm not convinced those are true. So this is the bit I wanted to know. Critical strikes restore 30% of the vigor you spent in the last 2 seconds. Additives, that's fine. Increased, but it's increased by your critical strike damage bonus, and this is going to be really, really high. It doesn't tell me how much that increases it, though. Like, I don't know how high you can scale this, but it basically means when I do spend 100% of my vigor, it may well be that you can get this to like 60-70%. You crit immediately, and then you're instantly going to get 60-70% of your vigor, or maybe even 100%. It'd be insane, to be honest. That's the only reason I'm using this ring. We've already got counterattack in the build anyway, because we want the node in it. So this doesn't really do much for us that we haven't already got. Yeah, 27% attack speed here. Loads of damage to elite, so that will play nicely with one of the glyphs maybe. Quite a bit of decent crit damage as well. You can get a real nice amount of crit damage in here. But I think attack speed would be better here. Help solve attack. Oh, well, we might not need the attack speed there. We'll see. Yeah, interesting. Decisions. Yeah, okay. The preload has started. Yeah. I'll get the preload done sometime this week. We got a whole week to do it. Midnight UK time is when it starts, yeah. Hey, Lord Carnage is in the house. How's it going, Lord Carnage? How's it going, dude? John Doe, are you choosing skills based on aspects or first skills and then look at aspects and then maybe complement chosen skills? So I started by looking at the skill tree. Then I went and looked at all of the aspects for Spiritborn to see what skills have got aspects that go with them. Then uniques as well. So I went through and did all this. So, you know, looked at all the uniques, blah, blah, blah. Most of the uniques I'm kind of familiar with at this point. There aren't that many Spiritborn ones for, say, gloves and pants. This one here is quite nice. It gives you dodge chance unstoppable, but we don't really need those outside of what we've already got. So I'm using the Pain Gorgers here. Boots, there is a pair of pretty cool boots, but the problem is I need the aspect slot, really. The Scorn of the Earth is pretty mental. It makes you evade sore, so you'll have loads of sore stuff. So there may be a world where the Scorn of the Earth could work here, but you do want the stacks of ferocity on this build. And that's where I've put, there's an aspect here, which means you can get 5 more stacks of ferocity. You get 2 more from this. And then, yeah, you get 5 by default, I think. So you can get up to 12 stacks, which is actually pretty insane, because that's 5% attack speed per stack. That's 60% attack speed. So that, plus your Pain Gorges, plus your Paragon boards, should, and the attack speed from this. Your attack speed will be solved here, by default. I mean, you've also got Moonrise. That gives you another 20%. So I am over attack speeded here with the ferocity, for sure. So it may actually be a world where we might not need those. Saying that, there are things that scale by the velocity. So you've got, yeah, your counterattack's cooldown gets reduced by 3 seconds if you've got 12 stacks of velocity. So that makes that better. There was something else as well, I think. There's a few things that scale. Minimum velocity is 2 here, so that's nice. Yeah, there's a few things that scale by velocity. You can overfill your velocity with this ultimate as well by another 4 stacks, so that's more. Yeah. So I think if velocity plays into attack cap 1... Cat, can you please stop screaming at me? Then Moonrise also plays into attack cap 1. This gives you more movement speed and basic skill damage. That's quite nice. But you could put the adaptability in here for extra. If you put adaptability in here, that would give you vigor generation under 50% vigor, but you might not even benefit from that. And then you get 100% extra damage when you're over 50% vigor. So I think either Moonrise or adaptability work here. I mean, I say there is a world where maybe the Midnight Sun Ring would change here, but it's figuring out ways to get your vigor to 100% as quickly as possible, because apparently that is up to 3% increased multiplicative critical strike damage per point spent. So the more maximum vigor you've got, the better, and the quicker you can get some maximum vigor, the better, because you're going to hit like an absolute truck on that hit. And if you can get to that every other hit, you're going to hit small, hit big. It's going to be pretty mental. You might not need the extra 5 stacks of velocity here. That might be able to change. In which case, the Scorn Boots might be really nice. Just trying to double check what else we got for velocity here. Like, that requires the stacks. It's only the attack speed mainly. And a bit of extra cooldown, but you're going to have loads of cooldown. You've got so many charges on this, you're not worried about cooldown, actually. So we might not need 12 stacks of velocity on this build, actually. Oh, Jaguar skills deal multiplicative 3% crit damage per stack of velocity. So with 12 stacks, that's 36% multiplicative crit damage. So that's quite nice. So you'd lose 15% multiplicative crit damage if you didn't have those 5 stacks of velocity. So that's another reason to have velocity. Cat, can you please... One sec, guys. Go. I don't know what he's doing. Sorry, guys. He's just playing up for some reason. He's just meowing at me, kicking the door. Go out the door. Oh, Christ. It's like having a small child in the house. Christ almighty. I've just had to close the door on him. He can stay out there for a while. Didn't Thorns crit on the PTR? Lord Carnage. Yeah, sorry, I'm just working down the chat. So... Thorns can crit when you've got the, to my understanding, when you've got the crit, the shrine, the lethal shrine. I don't think they can crit otherwise, but unless they've changed that. So I've made my Thorns build without that assumption. So we'll see. Spot dyslexic fingers. I'll get you the link. Oh yeah, cool, yeah. Yeah, 12 a.m. BST, yep. Midnight job. Looking forward to playing it for 48 hours straight. I'm not sure I can do 48 straight, but I'll definitely do at least 24. And yes, I'll have energy drinks. So we'll see how long we can go for. I'm off work from the start for a week, so I've got time. Time to eat. Hope you have a good dinner, Cletus. Let us know what you have. Oh yeah, the Steam user's going to have to wait until the day to pre-install. That sucks for them. They're not going to be able to play from the minute it releases. I only bought it on Steam because I already had funds on my Steam. Makes sense. But yeah, you won't be able to preload until the day. Don't know that they're going to allow you to... Well, you're going to have to wait until it releases, I think. That's how I read it anyway. If I could sell my CS skins on Blizzard, I would have. Fair enough. Hey, Agravain's in the house. How's it going, dude? The kitty does want attention. The kitty gets locked out the door. He'll be fine till later. It's weird having my door closed. There's an echo in here when that door's closed. I don't normally hear it. So sorry if it sounds echoey in here. I haven't got any... I haven't got enough sound proofing in here. It sounds like when the door's closed. When the door's open, it's fine. Right, what was I doing? So yeah, that Ferocity gives 15% more crit damage. I need to get a rug on the floor. That would sort it out. Yeah, 50. You should lose 15x critical damage not having that ferocity, but the boots are kind of nice. So yeah, there's a few things that you could play around with. No echo. Okay, well, if it's a really bad echo, let me know. Maybe it's just me hearing it. I think this is looking okay. Right, this is looking good enough, so this would definitely do okay. I just need to put stats on. I mean, there may well be stuff here to solve still. Like, if armor's not fully solved, you put it on here instead of armored hide or vigor per second. I think vigor per second would be really good here. You just want as much resource gen as possible, really. Pants, dex and max life, I think. Because you won't need dodge chance. Because you're going to have counterattack up 100% of the time. So you're going to be dodging all direct damage all the time. It's going to be completely cracked, honestly. Defensive. So what did we put on here again? We put resolve generated. Yeah, so that basically allows you to, depending on how that works. Hey, Spike Norn coming in with the sub for 2 months. Dude, thank you so much. Big love. How's it going, man? Appreciate you, dude. I really appreciate that support. Let me know a number between 1 and 4. You get to give me one of these kinky little jelly beans. Blast my face hole with something awful, hopefully. You sound like always. Okay, Lord. Nice. I think it's just me. I can hear it because I'm used to being in here. So yeah, if this resolve generated is true and it gives you +7 resolve generated and that works with armored hide, that means you're going to generate a redonkulous amount of resolve per second. But there is a specific temper for percentage resolve generated on armored hide, which goes up to like 58% without crits in it. And that will just be terrible compared to this one. But if this doesn't work with armor hides, that will work with gaining resolve for every 10 vigor you gain over 100, which should happen pretty bloody fast on this build. So you should be able to generate resolve. That's one gain resolve for each 10 vigor gained over 100. If that gives us 8 vigor for every 10 vigor, 8 resolve for every 10 vigor, you're just going to be a permanent resolve as long as you can generate vigor quick enough. So I think that's pretty crazy. A 4. Oh, okay. We've got another 4 in the house. Wasabi or apple? The answer is always 4. I'm going to have to buy more boxes of these things. I can't buy just 4s. All right, here we go. Big old green bean. All right, here we go. I think I've got lucky again. I think that's apple again. That's definitely not wasabi because you'd know if it's wasabi. I'll be sitting here choking. I win again. That's 2 apples today. Lucky me. I'm pretty certain those last ones are going to be a wasabi at this point. Oh, man. Lovely, lovely. Building up that bad karma. I know. Random chance. 4 is my go-to for most things. Fair enough. So yeah, for pants, we need basic skills because we've turned rake from additionally a core skill and basic skill. So that will scale the skill as well as core skills. And that can go up to 7, so that's crazy. We're going to be able to get rake up to like 40 ranks. Look at this, guys. I'll do it on here quickly. 21 ranks there. Pair of pants. Just stick bait. Oh, don't need this. What am I doing? I just want to stick some stats on the pants. Holy crap. Let me do it. Yeah, this website has got all the stats and stuff, but my word, does it get clunky. Basic skills. That's all I want. 12 masterworks. So that's 7. So that's 28 ranks already. You got 5 by default. So you're up to 33 ranks of rake with just a pair of pants and a weapon if you can get triple masterwork and GA. So obviously I'm going like proper crack gear here. And then you've got the Pain Gorges. Again, 12 masterworks. Without any GAs, you've got 5 basic skills. But if you can get the max ranks in there, that's 10 more. So now you're up to 17, 38. You're up to 43 ranks. 43 ranks of holy shite balls. It doesn't actually reflect it in here. annoyingly. Because it hasn't tagged that as a basic skill, annoyingly. Yeah, okay. They haven't got the interaction here where it says your core skills are now additionally basic skills. So this should have a basic skill tag on it as well. So each rank's doing like 3 to 5% more damage. So the more ranks, the better, really. I mean, you know, it's quite a lot of damage. So yeah, it hasn't got any of those basic skill manipulators in it. So that's missing 17 ranks, 43 ranks of Rake. I mean, you could put a Harlequins up here if that seems to be better than... That could be better than what we got. That'd be another 4 ranks. I don't think the extra 4 ranks would outweigh the extra 100% potency on the spirit things, but who knows? But still, 43 ranks of this to start with, that's pretty insane. Oh, I forgot Rake grants stacks of ferocity as well. We're going to be generating ferocity so fast. Yeah, ferocity increases your attack speed by 5% per stack. This effect stacks up to 4 times and each lasts for 4 seconds. Okay, so you can get 4 stacks of ferocity by default. That's what I'm reading. Okay, 4, 2, 6, 11. You can get to like 11. Yeah, okay, so you can get to 11 stacks of ferocity, not 12, but still. Resolve. You can get 8 stacks, yeah. And if you've got Resolve, any amount of it, you get 20% damage reduction. And then you can get a bit more through this as well. So that's quite nice. Yeah, that's a ridiculous amount of ranks in a skill. 43, yeah. If you get absolutely cracked gear. So I think, honestly, you're just going to want Dex and Max Life here. Or, if you need armor or resistances, you could go resistances. But you are going to need Max Life somewhere. So, you know... Try and solve armor and resistances without gear, but if you need to, you can do. Both on the chest piece and the pants, I guess. Maximum resolve stacks. Let's just apply this a second. Tempering. Let's have a quick look at... Maximum resolve stacks plus 6. I feel like because we've got 1 resolve generated that gives us plus 7 at 12 Masterworks, we'd also want 1 maximum resolve stacks as well. So that we can get another... Because we're also taking skill points in scaling our defense by 1.5% additional damage reduction per stack of resolve. So the idea would be to keep up some amount of resolve all of the time. So let's say we're trying to aim for 7 or 8 stacks of resolve all the time. So we've got 8 stacks, that's 12% damage reduction, plus the 20 baked in. So that's 32% damage reduction baked in. And you've got damage reduction on your helm. So this is as good as having a Tyrell's, a Harlequins, and a Doombringer on, almost. And then if we've got maximum resolve stacks, that would also allow us to... go higher, so we'd be able to get slightly higher damage reduction, but it gives us a bit more leeway if we've got enough generation of it. So I feel like having that there would actually be really nice. I mean, again, we could put on total armor if needed, but I feel like we probably won't need to. There's quite a lot of armor in the boards for Spiritborn. Resistances you will solve by getting 2 resistances in your board and then putting 3 single resistances in your gems. That's pretty much how I've done all my builds. So yeah, I think maximum resolve stacks will be really nice here. And then and then we'll go for utility again here. I mean, your 2 options here. You've got... It would be a waste to do rake size again. As much as I'd love to have 100% rake size, you would be over rake. If it's caps at 100, which I think it is, you'd be over caps on this. So, I mean, there's a possibility, though, but it might actually be better to put something like... What else we got? I mean, saw size could be nice for the vulnerable application. None of these are any good. Ravager on kill is useful to some degree. It might actually be better just to put some lucky hit, chance to freeze or something on. Stun, immobilize, slow. I don't know, just some crowd control, maybe. I don't really have a lot elsewhere. Yeah, we'll just stick freeze on. Freeze is pretty handy. For now. You could put Ravager size in there as well. Might actually be better to do Ravager size, but We'll see. And then boots. We'll do this for now because we kind of want that aspects on. An update as well. More size. I went into Tormented Boss after you went off the other day, and my first run got a mythic. You really were stealing all the luck. Hey, what mythic did you get, dude? I do apologise for that. I actually started to feel bad. Build is going to be tanky and hit like an overloaded truck. That's kind of the aim, Caridus, yeah. Freeze always feels good, exactly. Out of all of them, freeze is pretty useful. And I feel like you need some crowd control in the build so that you can at least stagger bosses at a sensible rate, you know. I tend to always go for max evade charges myself. Attack reduces evade cooldowns will be very good on this build. I tend to go for max evade charges because this also scales with your cooldown reduction. And I just feel like when you're in a situation where you got loads of stuff you need to suddenly go dodge, 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 like really quickly, one after the other, this is the only one that really allows you to do that, honestly. You got an Andariel's, no GA, so I scrapped it along with a couple others to get my ring. Well, you got your ring though, dude. So that's the main thing. You know. So, positive thinking. Also, that's awesome though, man. Druid really slaps now. Nice. Nice, that's what I like to hear. We love a druid that slaps. Slappity, slappity, slap. For the boots, we will go for dex. We will want movement speed here. Yeah, we probably just want max life move speed, I think. We don't need dodge charts on this build. Ranks to sort. No, we don't need ranks to sort. You could get vigor per second here as well, actually. If you really want to be stupid cracked. Do you know what? I'm going to do it. And because you know why? Because once we get to 100 vigor, we are going to crit like Donald Trump's come down and slap someone with his orange face. It's going to be ridiculous. And we need movement speed because we want to be able to move. We want to be able to move faster than Sloth. There's going to be so much vigor per second on this build. It's going to be ridiculous. We got vigor per second here. We got vigor per second here. We got vigor per second here. It's going to be crazy. We'll probably just put the GAs on movement speed here because we want to be able to move nicely. Made me happy. A happy little chap, I bet, dude. Moments like that is why we game. Absolutely, man. Absolutamento. Rushing Claw charges. Bonus to Swift. Okay, so we're not using Rushing Claw here. Saw cooldown reduction could be really nice here, but movement speed could also be super nice. The reason Saw cooldown reduction could be really nice is because that's one of our main vulnerable app cases at the moment. We haven't got the aspects on. Oh, that's a good point. I have actually got basic skills grant 20% damage reduction on right now, which would work here. Can I put... We won't necessarily need that. Can I put the one on? I hope I can. Where incarnate skills do vulnerable to people, because that would give us the vulnerable application that I was hoping we can make use of here. I need to find it again. I can't remember what it's called. I might not be able to put it on pair of pants. Right, let's have a quick look at... Let's just find it again in here. Incarnate, what is it? Oh, it can only go on gloves, weapons, amulet, ring, and offhand. Of course. When you cast an incarnate skill, enemies around you become vulnerable. Killing a vulnerable enemy echoes said damage, 55% of the killing blow's base damage, to another nearby enemy. Now that second part will not benefit you on a single target boss, but make the vulnerable application would be super nice. Honestly. Kind of feel like... The only other thing I've got for a vulnerable application right now is Saw. When you use Saw, a cloud remains around you for 4 seconds after landing and continues to make enemies vulnerable. Saw has got a 15-second cooldown. Flying into the air, creating a cloud which makes enemies at your target location vulnerable for 5 seconds. That's without that extra node. Now... The primary spirit will tag this as a Jaguar skill. which should mean the helm should give that a 60% cooldown reduction, which should mean that that skill would then end up becoming 6-second cooldown, which should mean that every time I use Soar, we apply vulnerable to the enemies for 5 seconds. So actually, we can just use Soar as a means of applying vulnerable here. We may not even need the clouds remain. We could actually, I think actually, we're going to be unstoppable permanently, but leveling up Soar makes you unstoppable is going to be crazy. You're just going to be, if you do get crowd controlled for some reason, you're going to be able to get out of it. And Soar, but actually, well, we'll do this. We'll do this. Yeah, we'll do this. I mean, we should have Armored Hide up permanently, and if we do, we're unstoppable permanently. If there's a transition period, leveling up, you probably want to go unstoppable here. But yeah, so this is our main vulnerable applicator. We do have a vulnerable applicator here. So that does mean you can do basic skills, grants, damage reduction. So you've got so much damage reduction on this build. You should be pretty tanky by default. You just do not need necessarily the mythics. But I'm just going to double check to see if there's anything else here that's particularly useful. I mean, you could also take armor. You could take, if you need to solve armor, you could take Juggernauts here. And your evade will just have a higher cooldown. But that's okay. So that's definitely one thing you can do. Or, after casting 5 basic skills, one of your active cooldowns is reduced by 2.5 seconds. We could absolutely put Hectic on here as well. That would help. I mean, the cooldowns might not be an issue, but if you've got cooldown problems, you could absolutely use that. We've got 100% dodge chance anyway. I mean, you could also put this on with 100% dodge chance with counterattack on. Fortify by 12% of your maximum lives. You can get Fortify on Spiritborn, which you wouldn't normally have. That's another 15% damage reduction. But to be honest, that's less than 20 from the basic. Well, saying that, that'll be damage reduction that stacks with the others. You won't necessarily get 20 out of that other one. You could also go Soarcast Vortex as its location. That will suck enemies in. That could be really nice for utility. Just having a look what else we got here. Every build should have a way to become unstoppable. Yeah, well, we've got that, I think. This is the playlist I would expect to hear nothing but thieves in. I'm not sure they will be in here, actually. I can maybe put some nothing but thieves on a bit later. I've not listened to them in a while. We're going to have a lot of resolve on this, but we got 100% block chance anyway, so that's irrelevant. Your resolve has a % chance to not be lost when you are hit for each stack of ferocity you have. I mean, I could put this on, right? Your resolve, with 11 or 12 stacks of ferocity, let's say we've got 10 stacks of ferocity, that's 60% chance when I'm hit to not lose resolve. Which means my resolve is going to stay higher more of the time, which means I'm basically always going to be resolved, which is going to give me at least 20% damage reduction. But with all of those extra stacks, let's say you can get like 14 stacks, that's another 15. It's like another 21% damage reduction straight from there. I mean, that's certainly an option. This here would help you keep your resolve higher more of the time, for sure. Because at the moment, I've got a 100% chance that when I'm hit, I will lose a stack of resolve. You're just hoping you can generate it faster than this. Also got disobedience if you need more armor. That's another option for armor. Close enemies or those you deal indirect damage to are slowed by 70% for 3 seconds. You deal more damage to slowed enemies. Now, this is a damage option. You've also got concussive strikes, dazed enemies 25x. But you've also got the slow, a means of slowing enemies' loads and then doing. I think I'm guessing that would be 20x. Aspects of blinding Morass. Let's have a look. See what it says on here. Blinding. Oh, binding, sorry. Yeah, 20x multiplicative damage to slowed enemies. Now, that won't work on bosses until they're staggered. Same as concussive. Not quite as strong a damage as concussive, but this will activate close enemies or those you deal indirect damage to. So I think the second you're close to enemies, they'll just be slowed. That's what I'm reading here. This build, you'll be close to them all the time. And it'll give you a 20x multiplicative damage. Yeah, this is probably better than a damage reduction. Because unless you need damage reduction, this will just give you more damage, which is kind of what you want in life, right? And a means of crowd controlling stuff around you. Once an enemy is slowed by at least 80%, they will also become feared. You do more damage to feared. Now, that doesn't work so well here, because that's why that specifically goes to 70. You'd need to take another means of increasing more slowed. Unless you can deal indirect damage, which, to be honest, counterattack would do, because they attack you, and then it indirectly does damage back to them. Yeah, I think we put this on. Screw it. That looks pretty good. We don't need the damage reduction for now. And I think we rely on Saw for vulnerable application for now. The only problem with relying on Saw for vulnerable application is you need to get that cooldown to 4 seconds so that secondary node is up with the cloud all the time. So you've got a means of applying vulnerable constantly. Once you can get to that point, then you're not relying on your cooldown to go down to 0 each between fights. So if you're going between fights quite quickly, like groups of enemies, you won't rely on Saw to get up and hit. And also the impact area of Saw might be quite small. So if you've got a big group of enemies around, you probably want a means of applying vulnerable easier than that. But yeah, we'll see. And then we've got boots here. Yeah, okay, GA's here. I think you could go for movement speed here. And that might be the better way. But Saw cooldown reduction would allow you to use Saw more often. So that might be better. So I think we'll do this for now. And then utility-wise, well, you could put Rake here as well to get you 100% Rake size. Or you could go for another CC option. Barrier, crowd control duration, Ravager on kill, duration extension. Let's just put Rake in here again, so you've got 2 Rakes. Then you'll get to 100% Rake size before you get to 100% Rake size by Masterwork 8 on both these items. You'd be over capped here, but at least you'd have 100% size on your Rake, which will be nice for groups and such, I guess. Let's do that for now. So we don't get 10% there. We've done this. Done that. Done that. Done that. Done that. Okay. This is looking okay for now. Done these. Done that. Okay. Runes are going to be easy. I mean, we're obviously going to want the 2 goated ones until we know that they're going to... these are almost certainly changing. To be honest. Yeah, you're going to want the Warcry and the crit damage one unless they change, which they probably are going to. So we'll find out when we get there. But we'll go for casting skill with cooldown. Should happen pretty often. And then on the Petrify one, we'll do the casting a non-channeled core skill. There we go, because that's going to happen a lot here. Yeah, it looks sensible. Weapon, crit damage, armor, dexterity. It will be dexterity, and amulet will be most likely. You'll always want a cold. You can't get cold resistance in their boards that I've found. And I think Shadow... You can get poison, fire, and lightning in their boards. So I'm going to save this third one for whatever one we don't end up getting. So I'm going to have a look at the boards next. That's where we're going now. Can't wait with the... I can't deal with the waiting now. I'm too buzzing, yeah. Hey, get them stonks. How's it going, man? It's been a while. How you doing, dude? It's good to see you, dude. 8 days excitement. It's 7 days now. Actually, less than 7 days. It's 6 days and 22 hours and 59 minutes. It releases at midnight on the 7th going into the 8th for me. And then depending on your time zone around BST, it'll be, if you're in America, it'll be on the 7th. And if you're in Asia and Australia and all those lot, it'll be on the 8th, but later than me. And so on. Yeah, they need to change the runes. So there's... Yeah, exactly. I think the runes will change. So that's a very tentative choice at the moment. But yeah, get them stocks. How's it going, dude? It's been a while. Did you manage to enjoy the season? Or have you kind of been done for a while and you're just waiting for the new one now? Tin Spanky, I just done theory crafting my builds too. What are we? Yeah, man. What classes were you theory crafting on, dude? It's good to see you as well. How's your weekend been, Tin Spanky? So I'm just gonna... Yeah, so we're gonna look at the Paragon boards here now. I know there's one glyph in here that's absolutely gonna go in, which is a Jaguar crit chance one. There's 3 crit chance glyphs. They are all going in. We want... And the reason for this is, right, if this works this way, this is going to hit... This is going to hit like a nuclear bomb. It's going to be ridiculous. You just want as much maximum vigor as possible. Get to maximum vigor as quickly as humanly possible. And then the second you cast your rake, you're going to hit for 3% multiplicative crit damage. It's going to guarantee... It's going to guarantee crit. And it's going to crit for 3% multiplicative damage for every single point of maximum vigor. So if you've got 200 vigor, that's 600% multiplicative crit damage on that hit. It's going to be ridiculous. If that's true, I thought that would be additive crit damage. I've got to be honest. But if it's multiplicative, that really is going to be stupid for like... That will be a real good boss killer, I think. It will be it'll hit silly hard, I think. I mean, let's do some numbers here. I can show you what I mean. Right. So let's just say we got 43 ranks in this skill right now. Well, let's just say we got 26. This is going to be easily attainable without very stupid gear. And that is, you deal 105% multiplicative damage before exploding for an additional amount of damage. So it does a whole lot of damage. But let's just say 100% damage on this is, I don't know, let's just say it's 1,000 damage for now. And then, I mean, we multiply that by 600 now. That's, so obviously everything's been stat squished, hasn't it? So if you've got 600% multiplicative damage, you're going to do 7 times damage. You're going to do your initial 100%, and then you're going to hit for 6 times. So, you know, if you can get your base damage up to, say, I don't know, 10 million, you're suddenly going to hit for 70 million. If you get up to 100 million, you're suddenly going to hit for 700 million. If you get up to 1 billion, you're suddenly going to hit for 7 billion. And so on and so on. It's actually, I should actually probably, it's a bit annoying we don't get the numbers in here with all the multipliers, because there's quite a lot of multipliers going on. We've already got, I mean, if this skill, because it's a core and a basic skill, damaging enemies with a cast non-basic skill, which it's tagged as a basic skill, so maybe. I mean, my other skills will proc this, though. You can get 200% multiplicative damage here, 100% multiplicative damage, you get 100% potency, but you get extra damage here, 20% multiplicative there. What else we got? We got extra base damage here, we got 100% multiplicative here, and then a bit all the glyphs and stuff as well. I mean, this build should scale pretty insanely. And then on top of that, you'll get a ridiculous amount of crit damage, which is a 50x multiplier. You've got your vulnerable, which is a 30x multiplier. And then you're probably going to get to about 6,000 crit damage additive or more on this build. And then you're going to multiply. So that's another 60 times damage. So I mean, with just 1,000 damage to start with, times that by 60, you're straight up to 60,000. Multiply that by 2 for the Moonrise, that's 120,000. Multiply that by, what we got here? Let's say multiply that by 3 for your Pain Gorges, because that's going to be activated pretty much all the bloody time. So now you're up to 360,000. Multiply that by 1.2 for the Binding Morass, that's 432,000. And that's before any glyphs or anything else. And that's with 1,000 damage, which is probably way below what it's actually going to be. And then every 4 attacks, you're going to do another 200% damage here as well, on top of it. You're also doing double damage here, because you get the rake doing just under 100% base damage as a Spirit Jaguar next to you. So you might as well double this damage here for that. Well, let's times that by 1.98. because that's basically what you're doing. And then let's just say best case scenario, you've done your 4th attack, so you're going to get 200% there. So that's going to put you up times 3. So now you're up to 2.5 million. So you're already up to like 17.5 million damage here, and this is with a base of 1,000. You know, if you got up to 10,000 base, you're up to 175 million, and so on and so on. You see what I mean? And this without any glyph scalers. I can do a spreadsheet for these as well. This is best case scenario, but then you can start throwing in your glyphs, which is like, you know, times 1.3s and times 1.2s and times 1. Oh, damn! I just did a divide. But anyway, this is going to get silly very, very quickly. Hey, Evalea, how's it going? First time chat. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you? Good to see you. Welcome to the community. You made a Poison Spiritborn build and Lightning Spear. What was your Poison Spiritborn build based around? Because I've got 2 of those, and they both look cracked. Nuke launcher, basically. Yeah, basically. So this build here, this 6, if that's multiplicative, that's going to be insane. Especially since this ring should, in theory, allow me to refill my vigor very, very quickly. And I've got 3 sources of vigor per second, which might be a bit unnecessary. But that should, again, I mean, that's like 50 vigor per second or something at Masterwork 12s. Something like this. So you're just going to be refilling your vigor insanely quickly. You're going to be hitting that maximum vigor core skill very, very quickly. You'll do 30% less damage until you're at max vigor, but the second you're at max vigor, you're going to hit like an absolute truck. So, yeah. Right, let's do the Paragon boards here. We'll take all the extra nodes later. So I'm going to come in for strength here first and see if there's any strength nodes, because I know that you can actually activate strength pretty quickly here. That's what I did on my other boards. Alright, let's have a look at the glyphs. There's 3 crit damage ones, and one of them's Jaguar. This one is fire damage related. We're not really focusing on fire damage here, so that won't be good for us. Close damage reduction. We're not going to need damage reduction here. So this is, if you were converting your skills to Eagle, you can make your crit, you could get loads of crit damage here on your Eagle skills. But lightning damage won't benefit us here, so that's no good for us. This is one of them. Yeah. Multiplicative elite damage, but you get ridiculous amounts of additive crit strike damage, and crit strikes make you deal up to 15x damage. So that one will go on this build. Revenge isn't good for this build because we're not using Thorns. We're not using Mystic Circles. We don't need You deal increased physical damage to non-elite and bosses. Now, the annoying thing about this is it doesn't work on non-elites. So it means that the run up to the bosses, the things that actually you want to kill and the things that you really want to kill fast are the elites. They're the ones that give you the most. This isn't going to benefit you on those, but it will benefit you on the boss. So it's kind of, they should make it so it only works on elite and bosses, really. But, you know, then it would be a really useful glyph. Incarnate skill damage, I mean, that would have been nice if I wasn't using a pure Jaguar setup, but it's no good with a pure build because it scales based on how many spirits you're hitting with, and I've only got basically 1 on there, maybe 2. This is for extra damage reduction when and extra damage on incarnates, but that's not really where we're focusing our damage here. Hubris is another Thorns one, but it scales off of dodge bonus. We don't need this on this build. Here we go, it's another one. Increased additive Jaguar skill bonus damage. Dealing damage with Jaguar skills increases your crit chance by 1% up to 10%. And this is Strength Activator. This is going in here. Because the additive Jaguar skills here will only benefit us so much. We want as many points as humanly possible in the crit damage ones. This also gives us multiplicative crit damage. This is a super nice. We just want, you know, we can activate all the strength pretty quickly here without taking too many extra nodes. We still end up with 40 strength, so we're going to get 8 times 41. So we're going to get about 330 30, 340% Jaguar skills additive damage. That's quite nice, but the most important thing is we're going to get 10% crit chance because we're always hitting with Jag skills, and we're getting our massive crit damage bonus. So that's pretty much what I was hoping for, a strength activator. My live D4 client is updating. Nice. I'll get mine done off stream probably. The key passive poison build, just stack crit chance and it's broken. Yeah, but Tin Spanky, which skill are you using? Are you using Touch of Death? Are you using Poison Stinger? Are you using Scourge? There's 3 of them, right? In theory. 100-ish meg patch. I mean, I would imagine... Oh, wow, we got a raid coming in from Clipsis, the legend himself. Hey, dude, how's it going? Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Immortilize, part of the main stat team. We're just finishing up theory crafting a pure Jaguar build right now, which looks like it could be pretty fun. And yeah, welcome in, guys. Hope you're all having a great day. Hope you all had a great time over in Clipsis stream. Clip, thanks so much for the raid, dude. Appreciate you, man. I was actually lurking in your channel yesterday, I think it was, for a bit, or maybe it was early. Maybe it was first thing this morning when I woke up, because you tend to be streaming when I first wake up. Yeah, I was lurking, but I was really tired, so I didn't say anything. But I hope you had a good stream. I hope you had a good stream today as well. What were you getting up to, dude? Hello from the Petawawa, Ontario. Welcome in, Pete. Welcome in. I hope you're well. And yeah, thanks so much for the follow, man. I appreciate. Oh no, Timmy. Thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate you. Sorry, I just heard the follow sound. I should have probably looked at the name first. Yeah, Clip, what were you getting up to in your stream, dude? Oh, yeah, I'm guessing you're probably pretty excited for the expansion now, right? We've got less than a week. Less than a week! All right, so we're just finishing. We're going to get into some gameplay after this, but I'm just finishing this up. Hey, Pete, thanks for the follow, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to try and guilt trip you into it there. That was not my intention. I'll just quickly run all of you raiders through where my thinking is with this build. It looks like it should be pretty fun. So I've done 3 builds already for Spiritborn. I've got a Gorilla Thorns build. I've got 2 poison builds. One is a pure centipede build, and the other is a non. It uses 3 spirits. They all look like they're going to be really good. But this one here is just a pure Jag build, and Rake is your main damage activator, which is the core skill. You've taken pure Jaguar, primary, secondary spirits. We've got Saw for movability and vulnerable application. We've got Armored Hide here for the Gorilla skill, because you should be able to just get this up 100% of the time, which gives you 100% block chance all the time, gives you Unstoppable all the time, it gives you Resolve generation, which is really nice. And then we've just taken loads of support Jag skills and the ultimate. And the main premise of this build is Rake is a core skill, but there's a unique weapon that additionally makes your core skills basic skills, makes it so they don't cost Vigor anymore, which is their main resource. They do 30% less damage until they're at max Vigor. And when they're at max Vigor, they consume all of the Vigor to guaranteed critical strike, and it does multiplicative crit damage for each point. And I think it is multiplicative, but we'll have to wait until the final patch notes comes out. And if that's true, if you've got 200 Vigor, you'll do 600% multiplicative crit damage. You're going to hit like an absolute truck. So the idea here would be to get to max Vigor as fast as humanly possible. It also means that this skill will scale on both basic skills and core skills. So I can get this up to 43 ranks in Rake with these items, which is pretty insane. And then this unique ring here makes it so that if you crit strike, you're going to, when you consume 100% of your Vigor, as long as you attack within 2 seconds and crit, you're going to get at least 30% of that Vigor generated back. But it also scales with your crit strike bonus, and it doesn't look like there's a cap on it. So if you've stacked a redonkulous amount of crit damage bonus, then this might well make it so crit strikes just refills your Vigor. So it might just be hit like a truck, hit refill Vigor, hit like a truck, hit like Vigor. So it's going to be like every 2 attacks, you're going to hit like a nuclear bombs hitting the enemies in the face. It could be absolutely insane. Timmy D, can you link your pure Senti build, please? As I made one, first time ever making a build, so I compare. Absolutely, dude. One sec, let me make sure I've saved this. So yeah, that's the premise of that build. There's a few other things going on, but yeah, you're just stacking damage everywhere, trying to get as close to 100% crit chance as humanly possible. Ranks in Furnace is mental because it scales your crit damage. You're just stacking crit damage everywhere, so it makes this get as close to 100% crit strikes, generating your Vigor back after you spend it through the Rod of Kepaleki. And yeah, I mean, you can get to 11 or 12 stacks of ferocity. That gives you crazy amounts of attack speed. With the Moonrise, you won't need much attack speed anywhere else to cap that out. Loads of cooldown reduction because the helm here makes it so, because we've got the 2 Jag spirits, that makes them 100% more potent. So it means every 4 attacks, you're going to do 300% damage, basically. And you're going to gain 2 stacks of ferocity cap there. So you're going to get up to 11 or 12 stacks of ferocity, which is really nice. And that also scales cooldowns. It also scales crit damage. So there's loads of ferocity players in there. This also gives you 60% less costs and reduced cooldowns on all of your Jag skills. Now, the costs won't matter here, but the reduced cooldowns means you're going to be able to just use your ultimate all the time. And the other big thing here is, with 60% cooldown reduction on counterattack, that brings you down to 8-second cooldown. And I've made it so you can get 7 or 8 charges of counterattack, and they all last for 3 seconds. So you're basically going to be able to permanently keep counterattack up, which means you're going to permanently be able to dodge all direct attacks. So the only thing that's going to be able to hurt you on this build, if that's true, is going to be indirect damage. So like dot damage, stuff on the floor, things like this. So you're just going to be running around like not ever worrying about being hit ever. It's going to be completely stupid. And I've also made it so you can get to about 16 or 8, like a ridiculous number of resolve stacks, to the point where resolve gives you 20% damage reduction by default if you've got at least one of it. But then there's this node here which gives you an extra 1.5% damage reduction per stack of resolve. So if you get to 15 stacks of resolve, you're up at over 20% more damage reduction. You're just going to get stupid amounts of damage reduction from it. And multiplicative crit damage here with counterattack up, and so on and so on. So there's a lot of scalers here. Maximum life increase when you use Arm and Hide. Loads of damage when you use Jag skills. And then the key passive, 30% attack speed. I mean, I kind of hope that goes into attack speed cap too, because otherwise it's wasted here. And if that's the case, it might be that this build will be extremely broken with Prodigy's tempo. But I don't know until I can try it. Because it says for every 3rd consecutive cast of basic skill, you get +2 ranks to skills. That's great, because we've made our skill additionally a basic skill, right? So we cast it 3 times, activates that. It also says every 3rd consecutive cast of the same core or potency skill will reduce all active cooldowns by 10% plus 2% for each of their skills ranks. So if you've got 5 ranks, that'll be 20% of their current active cooldown reduced. The thing is, we've made our main casting skill a core and a basic skill. So it may well be that if you cast that 3 times, it will actually activate both of these at the same time. And if it does, then I might actually move that over to there, because this will solve cooldowns. This will increase the damage of our rake. This will increase everything across the board for free. And we may not need the attack speed here in the end game. And although the 50% extra core stats would be really nice, that doesn't... Dexterity doesn't scale crit damage on Spiritborn. Strength does. So this would give us more skill damage, but this would just keep it so we can just constantly spam our other skills. So often so that you're going to have your ultimate up permanently on top of them, for example. And the ultimate overcaps our ferocity, which like gives us more crit damage, gives us more cooldowns, everything. It's going to be silly. And there's also a world where the vulnerable one might work better, but I've put in for leveling... Adaptive stances would absolutely be better, I think. So now I've run through that. I was just doing the Paragon boards, so I'll just get this build for you, Timmy. 1 second. Where are we? Profile should be in here. Got to remember which one it is. It might be the Pestilent Stinger build. Okay, so when I said pure Centipede build, you could absolutely put the secondary Centipede in here. I've actually put Eagle in here, just to give me more crit chance, to be honest. You might not need that. The other reason here is, yeah, you might not need Eagle here. Honestly. You could literally make the secondary anything you want here. But I'll link the build for you. There you go. I've just linked it in the chat for you, Timmy. My other build I've got, so I can link all the builds for you as well. Like if you just want to go and have a nosy at my Mobalytics builds. So this one's a Poison Stinger. You're just going to smash Stinger constantly and get loads and loads of swarms. And then, yeah, it's using the Noxious key passive so that the idea is you're going to crit loads and then you're going to end up just exploding crit damage poison crit damage everywhere, and there's going to be so many pestilent swarms everywhere. And then I'm using the Andariel's Visage because you're scaling poison damage. Lucky hit for poison damage here is going to be crazy. This solves attack speed for you. And then Temerity with this is just fantastic with Andariel's because it gives you free barriers for you know, you're just going to make you really tanky. So this is the idea of this build. My other poison build is a touching death build. It's actually using a similar tech to what I'm building in that Jaguar build, which is how I know how it works. I've called it the Creeping Death Spiritborn. This build is actually stupid in how it works, but if it works, it is probably one of the most fun builds I've crafted, I think. It takes a massive cooldown skill, converts it to core skill, which costs a ridiculous amount of vigor. You then stick a weapon on that makes that additionally a basic skill that no longer costs the vigor. And then you just stack basic skills and core skills on it, and you get 100% crit chance, and you should be able to apply. This has a really, really, really high amount of poison damage. And you just stack duration on. This is going to be the Flay build of Spiritborns, because you can do what they did on the Flay tech, where you just stacked loads and loads of touch of death duration, and that made you increase the amount of poisoning you did, and then you just went boom. Because there's an aspect on this where you can consume all the poison in one go. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. Kills extend the duration of active touch of death. When a swarm is replaced early, it bursts for 300% of the damage it would have done, which is the poisoning duration. See, and it also does more. It does all that poisoning, and then it multiplies it. And you can only have 3 swarms from touch of death. So you just keep casting this, keep casting this, keep casting this. If you can get a boss with ads, you're just going to blow the ads up. You're going to get the swarms, and then it's just going to explode the damage on the boss like super quick. Thanks for the shout out to Clipters, by the way, guys. Appreciate you. Big love. Add your builds to my favourite. Hey Timmy, thanks man. Appreciate it. I mean, look, this is all theory. I haven't had the privilege of playing, unfortunately, which I kind of like because it means that I'm going in and, you know, like a new player and enjoying it like a new player. But it also means I haven't had the privilege of playing it so that I can actually test some of my theory out, and things don't always work as you think. But yeah, the builds I've put together seem they sound like they should work like pretty well. You know, the theory is sound. So we'll see when we get a chance to play it. The great thing about this build here is it's a centipede build, which actually doesn't use any of the centipede spirits. And the reason for that is this helm here makes your skills additionally. So putting gorilla here means it makes all your skills gorillas. You could make it anything but centipede. It really doesn't matter. It just needs to be something not centipede, because then that will make your skills all whatever it is, gorilla, eagle, or jaguar. And then your secondary one needs to be a different one that isn't your primary or centipede, because this helm makes it so that all your skills become that as well. So you can make all your skills 3 different spirits, and for each one they get 50x multiplicative damage. And they all become those spirits, which means your Paragon boards can benefit from it, and so on and so on. So that's why I did this. But to be honest, you could go pure centipede. You could put the spirit. You could put the same helm on I'm using in the build I'm doing right now. You could get 100% boost on it. I was going for more damage here than damage reduction, to be honest. If I need damage reduction, I can go centipede here, go pure centipede build helm, or go for a... I could go for a Harlequin's Crest or whatever. You could change this stuff around. I was just playing around with some ideas, yeah. It's pretty good, pretty fun. I was building this up. Where's this other one I was building out? My builds, it's down here, isn't it? Rake Spiritborn. I haven't given it a proper name yet. So I was just doing a Paragon board here. This one I want to get 100% crit chance so that I can crit every hit so that this Ring of Midnight Sun will kick in like super quick. So there's a glyph which I've put here, which is a good place to put it, which gives us additive jag skills and up to 10% crit chance when you hit with jag skills, so that's real nice. And it gives you multiplicative crit damage. I mean, this is just goated for this build. You just want to crit as hard as humanly possible, and you want to crit all the time, so this just helps you towards that. And it scales your damage of your jag skills. So we're going to go on to the next board here. I need to edit it first. That'd be useful, wouldn't it? I looked at Senti Pure build for the lifesteal, to be honest. True. The reason I didn't use that on this other build is because I got the Andariel's Visage on. Pretty much. There's quite a lot of life on hit in the Paragon board, but more importantly, you get the life on hit on the Andariel's Visage as well. So you are, and with the Temerity on as well, with Lucky Hit, chance to heal, you know, and healing received increases, and most of your hits is coming from Pestilence Swarms here. So you're going to have like 10 to 20 swarms going on around, hitting everything constantly. You're going to be life on hitting so much, you are never going to worry about life steal on this build, ever. Hence why I haven't put Centipede here. Because every time you cast Pestilence Stinger, Poison Stinger, I put it on the weapon, yeah. Every time you cast Poison Stinger, it spawns a Pestilence Swarm at its location, which does 150% of its Stinger's base damage per hit. Because it's on a double weapon, it will double up. And Pestilence Swarms now last 100% longer and spiral outwards. And that in tangent with this unique ring, which spawns a Pestilence Swarm every 10 seconds, hitting for X poison damage per hit. It makes your Pestilence Swarms orbit around you. So you're getting more Pestilence Swarms, they orbit around you. They're going to be around you all the time. And then you've got a Lucky Hit with Centipede skills, up to 35% chance to spawn a Pestilence Swarm from the target, which does poison damage. And it also makes your Pestilence Swarms now also deal 100% of their base damage, poison on hit, as poisoning damage. And that's the real key bit here. That bit doesn't require the Lucky Hit. That just fundamentally additionally changes the Pestilence Swarms. So these Pestilence Swarms are going to be applying so much poison damage, on top of the fact that Andariel's Visage can also apply loads of poisoning damage. And this was pretty good in the PTR. And you're scaling poison damage across the board. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be really, really good. Yeah, I mean, I put the Mystic Circle Centipede in here for making it so that you can apply poisoning damage. This could potentially change. You could change this to anything. It doesn't need to be the Mystic Circle. I just put it there because if you are standing in one, you'll be able to get more poisoning damage on them. Maybe that won't work that well. But, I mean, with the Fists of Fate, your Lucky Hit chance is going to be insane if you can get a good one. So this will play really well on the aspects of Infestation. Scourge, continuously affecting enemies, means they'll be permanently slowed and feared. That's real nice. So you could actually, to be honest, it probably would be better to put the aspects on here, which makes you do 40x damage to feared enemies, actually, thinking about it. To be honest, I think I'm not really using Mystic Circles, so I probably should just change to this, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Let's do that while we're here. Because 40x to a staggered boss is going to be huge. And when you're constantly applying Scourge, it permanently applies fear. So you're going to be fearing enemies that can be feared all the time. Where is it? It might be a bit higher up, actually. It's not that one. Apprehension. Once an enemy is slowed by at least 80%, they also become feared for 3 seconds. And your primary Centipede... do I have primary Centipede on here? I do. I've got primary Centipede on here. So you slow them by 10% for 3 seconds every time you hit them, and you're hitting them with your Pestilence Swarms all the time. So they're going to be 80% slow pretty much immediately. So you're just going to do 40x damage to them. So yeah, that's just crazy. That's going to be better than the other one. So we should have just put that on anyway. And Scourge, as I say, that deals damage, but these nodes down here make it so it deals more poisoning damage over 6 seconds. So you get it so it just constantly hits. So it's just constantly applying more poisoning damage over and over and over again. And then yeah, Stinger does... Oh, that's Stinger, sorry. Scourge. Let's go to the right one. Oh yeah, Scourge does fearing and slowing by 50% for 3 seconds while applying 100% poisoning damage. And then you gain 1% increased crowd damage versus crowd control enemies for 6 seconds, up to 50%. So you just want it to constantly hit because you're scaling up your damage against crowd controlled enemies. So it means when you stagger the boss, you're going to do loads more damage to them. And then casting Scourge gains you loads of maximum vigor. So that's going to be real nice for your casting on your Poison Stinger. So yeah, it's a pretty good build, I think. I think it's going to be pretty good. Hey, Etsy, how's it going? And Damon, how's it going, guys? It's good to see you both. Looking forward to see how it plays out. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea if it will actually be as good as it sounds, but this build shouldn't be too... This build requires an Andariel's Visage, really. I mean, you could play it without one. I'll put a leveling variant in every single one of these build guides when I get round to it. But so I think my Gorilla Thorns build will be the one to level on because it's kind of gear independent almost. I think it will be better earlier anyway. It also looks like it'll be pretty crazy in the end game too. Yeah, glad to hear you're well, Etsy. So hyped. Spirit looks OP. Yes, it does. It looks very good. It looks real strong. How's your weekend been, guys? Right, let's finish off this Paragon board. Right, so the boards here. I don't remember all the boards, so I think Bitter Medicine does have Jaguar stuff in it. So we're going to have a look at this first. Fire and attack speed. We won't need more attack speed. We don't need fire damage. Jaguar crit damage is nice, though. When you heal for 100% of your maximum life, deal 30% damage to close enemies. This damage is increased by your healing received bonus. So the problem here is, this legendary note bugs me. Because it's like, I mean, I'm not, well, life on kill is great and all, but that's when you're killing stuff. Single target boss, you're not killing anything around it, so you're never going to benefit from this. Well, that's not true. Life on kill you'd never benefit on. You'd need life on hit and a loss of it to be healing by 100% of your max life, you know? Poison resistance is kind of nice. Life per second. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of life per second, but it'll take a long time for your life per second to fill up 100% of your max life, to be honest. Damage to dex is not too bad. Healing received and dex isn't that great if you're not using this. Life on hit and dex. There's a bunch of stuff in here. Yeah, it's a bit annoying. Like, this board just bugs me. It's probably the worst board, in my opinion. This one here will go on every Spiritborn build, I think. You deal bonus damage equal to 20x of your two highest bonuses to damage types combined, up to 30%. Oh, you do, yeah, you'll do 30x damage. I mean, the way I read this is that once you've got 150% additive damage in two different types of damage, you're just going to instantly have 30x damage. That's what I'm reading. I mean, if it needs two, fine. But if it's crit damage, you're going to have like 6,000-7,000 crit damage in this build. So this will be solved, and it comes with massive max life. This solves poison res. It gives you dex and damage. That's just great. It gives you damage reduction while moving and max life. The max life is better, but we get it. Ultimate damage, attack speed. We're going to be smashing our ultimate damage here. Attack speed, great. Non-physical damage, we could probably skip this node if we needed to, but max life's kind of nice. The non-physical doesn't really benefit as much here. Damage to healthy is not that amazing, but the armor if we need it. So you could skip these clusters if you needed to. But you might want to take this for the max life because you can get 8% max life. But it's not a must-have. But these here are all really nice, and I can see these being used. I can see this being used on basically every build. We won't go for that one first though. We've got vicious shield. You do, yes, we're not really generating barriers on this build, so I don't think this board will be particularly useful here. It's mainly barrier generation and such. Yeah, and we're not really doing eagles here, so that's a no. Spiky skin's probably a no as well, because that's the cooldown on thorns, so that's no good to us. We're not really doing poison damage here. Damage over time is useless to us. Armor dex isn't too bad. Resistance thorns not that great. This is annoyingly the only board in the Spiritborn arsenal right now that gives you cooldown reduction by default. But we've got so much cooldown reduction anyway, we probably won't need that. And then the crowd control stuff. So this is a no, this board. No, Timmy, you do not need to be sorry, dude. I'm happy, honestly, happy to help. I think most people are probably just lurking with me in the background anyway, honestly, you know. Mondays are typically quite quiet days, and we're so late in the season, I didn't actually expect many people to be around today. This is why I was like, I'm just going to do a Theorycraft sesh. And then anyone who is interested can drop in and ask questions and such. Or if not, then that's fine too, because I'm struggling to find time to Theorycraft the builds in my head right now. I've got at least 2 more. And I'm hoping I can find time to do them this week. And then when we get the patch notes on Wednesday, I'll update them all accordingly. And I will also add more detailed... I normally add detailed like text to them all. I just don't see the point until I've got the final patch notes. and then I'll add like leveling variants as well. But Timmy, what you been enjoying this season? Like, did you play much this season? What did you play? And what are you looking forward to playing next season, other than the obvious Poison Spiritborn? Like, did you say you theory crafted a Sorc build too? Because I've got two Sorc builds theory crafted as well, which I played in the PTR and I got to 90 plus on the pits. So they're both pretty good, and they're non-meta as well. Charged bolts and Hydra. Did I have to put in more leave for the new launch time? No. Fortunately for me, it launches at midnight Monday going into Tuesday. And I'd already taken off Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of work. So I'm just going to get I'm going to finish work on Monday, working from home. Going to have a pre-sleep. You know, I'll work out. I'll go to sleep for a bit. I'll wake up at about 11 p.m. Come on stream about 11:30. 20 to 11. About 11:30 probably, because I'm linking up with some other streamers to level up on. And then we'll start blasting at midnight, assuming the servers hold up. Loves playing Hydra this season, to be honest. Nice, man. My Hydra build this season was pretty fun. I enjoyed it a lot. What version of the Hydra build did you play? Because I played a non-Winterglass version. I went full burning. Lucky old retired guy here. Hey, Pete. Nice. That's where I'm aiming to get to at some point. I've got a while to go. Yeah. But not quite yet, unfortunately. This board's going to be used in a lot of Spiritborn builds, because the legendary node, when you cast 3 Gorilla, Jaguar, Eagle, or Centipede skills with the same spirit in a row, restore 15% vigor and deal 30x damage for 5 seconds. Now, I'm going to be casting Rake all the time. All the time. So you're going to have your 30x damage up all the time. And then you just got a way of generating 15% vigor on demand. Right? That's amazing for this version of this build. So we're going to definitely have this here. Resistance, max life, lovely. Dodge chance, crit damage, lovely. Damage to elite movement speed to killing. You could boycott this if you don't have the points. Attack speed, dodge chance. I mean, we don't necessarily need the attack speed here, but, you know. Dex crowd control will be nice with those Binding Morris on. Yes, I mean, this board here is going to be super good. So that's a good board. We're definitely going to be using this. Revealing. Lucky here, 30% chance to knock down vulnerable enemies. You deal 30x crowd controlled damage. Okay. Poison damage is useless to us. Centipede damage is useless to us. It does have lightning resistance in it, but that's okay. We can solve fire elsewhere. Massive life per second with dodge chance. But, I mean, say massive life per second, you're up to 275. It's still going to be, like, with 6,000. I think on the PTR, I got to, like, 6,000 or 7,000 life with relatively cracked gear. It would still take, like, 30 seconds to heal your whole life with this. Unless it changes, it might change. And vulnerable deck. So this board's kind of a maybe, but possibly not. Infighter. This one's going to be interesting because I'm already well over attack speed caps anyway. Unless Veracity goes to attack speed cap 2, which I hope it does. If it does, then this board's going to be insane because... Oh no, when you dodge or block an attack, I'm going to be dodging 100% of the time in this build. You're going to gain attack speed, you're going to gain more damage. So that's great. We don't really need the additive dodge because counterattack's going to be up 100% of the time. But life on hit's nice. This solves fire resistance. Gorilla damage doesn't benefit us so much on this build with the way it's set up right now. Physical damage does. Block chance we won't need because we should have 100% of that with Arm and Hide. Massive maximum life in this board though. You can get, that's right, 8, 10, 12, 14%. And then if you put a rare scaler, you can get like 20% max life on this node or something. It's crazy. This is a really good place to put a rare scaling glyph, like one that scales rare nodes or maximum life or the magic nodes, either one. Yeah, because you've got flat damage. So, I mean, there's some good nodes in here and some not so great nodes, I'd say. So it's a maybe because I don't necessarily need that attack speed, honestly. I'm making assumptions that a lot of these are going to attack speed cap 1. I think we will definitely have drive in this build. After moving 10 meters, you deal 3x damage for 10 seconds. This can stack up to 10 times. You're going to be soaring, you're going to be moving. So you should be able to keep this up a lot of the time. But more importantly, this board gives you the only cluster I know of that gives you movement speed and crit charts baked in. So this is really nice. But we need this, really. Yeah, it gives you 2, 3, 4 crit charts. And it gives you massive movement speed. So that's really nice. Life on hit dex is nice. Crit damage dex is nice. More max life here with damage reduction while moving. More importantly, the max life is nice. Dodge chance. It's the only one that's got a dodge chance and lucky hit chance baked in. So that's not too bad. You could just not take this. You don't necessarily need it. Resistance and vulnerable is nice. So this board here is actually really good. So that's definite yes. So we can only take 4 boards. That's a yes. Sapping's a yes. So we've got 2 definite yeses so far. Sapping is a definite yes. Convergence is going to be a yes. Drive is going to be a yes. So it's what on earth is the 4th one going to be? I'm not sure yet. Let's do sapping to start with, because this is a pretty good generic board all in all. Let's rotate it this way. Started Fints that changed a few. Okay, right, yeah. Yeah, so winter, yeah, okay. I was trying to work out there for a second what Fints meant. Yeah, winter glass, yeah. See, my version of the build, I actually put my Hydra build up before everyone else got theirs up, because I think people just went under the assumption that Hydra wasn't going to be good in the end game. And then I put a build up that proved you could at least do. I put a build up that a YouTube video that showed killing all of the tormented bosses solo, doing Uber solo with relative ease, but mine was pure burning damage focused. And then loads of people started putting up like different variations and, using Andes and Temerity, using winter glasses and so on and so on. So they are probably better. But I really wanted to make a Hydra build that didn't use winter glass, because I'm fed up of all the Sorc builds requiring winter glass to be as good as they can be. I don't mind an item being really good, but that item at the moment, it's just so good that every build becomes better with it. That to me is not good for a class. You want to have options that make you go, do you know what, winter glass is good, but we've also got this other option which makes this specific build better. So that's what I was going for anyway. Synergy, how's it going, man? Have the preloads been data mined? They're probably in the process of being data mined, but we're going to get the patch notes on Wednesday anyway, I think. So it's tomorrow for me now. How's it going though, dude? Welcome into stream. Hope you're well. Are you looking forward to the expansion as much as we are? So Timmy, I was just kind of going for a pure burning Hydra, and it worked pretty well. The main issue with it is the lack of AoE damage, which the Winter Glass does help solve somewhat. Hydra, just to be honest, needs a unique. It needs a unique that makes it have some form of AoE or some cool tech, which makes it just that little bit better than it is right now, and then it will be a really good build, because it's so close, but just not quite there to being a meta build. And it's super fun, like going around and blasting the PvP zone with 48 Hydra heads. It's crazy. Yeah. It's the only build I've got that can compete with Lightning Spear in the PvP. And, Lightning Spear wins, because they're just completely silly. But if I can hit them with some of my Hydras, I do so much burning damage so quickly that unless they can stay up with Flame Shield for ages, they just die to the burning anyway. It would take it to the next level, yeah. And then you wouldn't require the Winter Glass. They should make it an amulet, so you can't use the Winter Glass with it, to be honest. And just make it so that, something... We've got loads of rings to choose from already. I think a unique amulet for Hydras would be really, really nice for Sorc. Yeah, absolutely. Right, so we're not necessarily going to take this cluster, so we'll come around here. I think this might be, we've got strength, dex, yeah, so we can take dex here, that's all we want. We're going to take all the dex here, because we want to activate, there's 3 crit damage glyphs, basically. Where is it? We'll just start with, we absolutely want this. Increased elite damage, but it also gives multiplicative damage by crits, and just huge crits. We can chop and change things later on if needed. Just going to slap these in for the time being. I suppose if we were going to get this cluster, we might as well go that way now. So, I mean, look, you got 94. Oh, no, you can get 104 decks here. So that's 104. So that's 20 activations of crit damage there. I mean, you get like 620 odd % crit damage from that before any crit damage scales. It's nuts. It's completely nutty. Yeah, it's pretty silly. You can get crazy amounts of crit damage. And then what would be the quickest way to do this now? Damage to elites. I mean, that's nice with the increased crit damage. Increased elite damage, I suppose. Trying to work out what the quickest route through here would be now. 1, 2, 3. Oh, so, you know, I can chop and change things later. I can optimize later. We're not going to need the dodge chance so much, honestly. Interestingly, strength nodes give you crit damage, crit chance. Crit chance scales with strength on this class. So that's something to be aware of, rather than dexterity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Obviously, dex just gives us loads of more skill damage. We'll go that way. So that's that. Okay, so that's that one there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 2 intelligence. This is resistances. We've got 2. Okay, we go this way to get more resistances for free, rather than... This just gives us resource gen. It's not a lot in it, really. We could, however, do this for more armor, since we've got that connector anyway. That'll help us with the armor situation maybe a bit. Yeah, we can optimize this later. Hey, Karos and Power, how's it going, dude? Welcome in, welcome in. How are you? How's the season been treating you? Are you looking forward to a new season coming up? I heard waypoints and altars get reset with new season. I actually don't know the answers to that 100%. I would be surprised if in the main story that's the case. The new section, where the expansion is, that's where waypoints and altars will be new. There's new altars there. They're called Shrines of Akarats or something like this. And you'll have new waypoints in the expansion area, in the Hantu, the new area, and the new region. Those absolutely won't be unlocked because you won't have done them yet. And obviously in a new season, at the way it's currently done, your altars don't reset, but your waypoints, you only get 2 in each region once you've done them all. So you would only have those activated at the moment. I would be very surprised if they reset the altars of Lilith. That would annoy a lot of people. They do not want to annoy people. And like I say, the waypoints will probably be 2 waypoints. But from my understanding, unless this changes from what I've read, you will only be able to skip the main campaign. You will have to do the Vessel of Hatred campaign when the game releases. That's what I read. They might address this on Wednesday in the campfire and clarify. Maybe there's the way I read it was the standard skip campaign option will skip the main campaign to the Vessel of Hatred. So unless there's a separate option to skip Vessel of Hatred as well, then you're going to have to do the Vessel of Hatred campaign. Now, there may well be a second option, but the way I look at it is if they do that, then as they add more expansions, there's going to be more and more options for skipping certain bits of the game. So we'll see. I don't know for facts. They haven't clarified yet. Either way, we're going to have to do the campaign to get the renown and stuff. Or you're going to have to do the renown and stuff in the new area. But hopefully we won't have to do the waypoints and altars for the old area. I don't think we'll have to do the altars. Yeah, that would be a bit painful. I've literally just finished doing that on hardcore, and that was tedious, to say the least. It reminded me why I didn't want to do them again elsewhere, you know. Well, let's put convergence here, because we're absolutely going to want this one. I'm going to go up here. I like this pattern here. Intelligence. Okay, so we really want to try and find an intelligence glyph here if we can. I don't think there's too much. Let's have a look at the rest of the glyphs here. Can't remember which ones are intelligence based. Outmatch, strength. Scale the magic nodes. Dealing damage with your gorilla, jaguar, eagle, or centipede skills increases all damage you deal by 4% for 10 seconds, stacking once per spirit. incarnate skills. I've only got I've got 3 different spirits in my skills, so I could get up to 12x here. But it's a dex scaler anyway, so it's no good for this. Or we want one that doesn't have a additive scaling on it. No, we don't need hubris. This one's only good if you can get as much dex as humanly possible on it. That's increased lightning damage, which doesn't play into our build. Yeah, skills that critically strike generate 3 vigor. We're going to want this on our build when we want as much dex as possible because it does additive crits. I mean, this is going to help us get to max vigor stupid fast, so we definitely want that. We don't have centipede skills, so that's irrelevant to us. We could take the vulnerable application here to give us another form of vulnerable, scale vulnerable damage, additive vulnerable, but I don't know how much strength is in this node. We don't need poison here. Gorilla skills doesn't really play for us. Non-physical doesn't really play for us. And poison doesn't really. Yeah, so there's not a lot of option for this board, actually. Would have loved... Oh, I really, really want a rare node scaler. But I don't think it plays in this build very well. Where is it? There is one. I think the only one that does it... Yeah, it's the flipping Thorns one, which we don't need. I mean, there is this here. Outmatch. Increase physical damage to non-elites and bosses. And then increase damage while healthy. And you only need to get 25 strength. So it doesn't... That is definitely a possibility. I'm going to stick that in there for the time being because it's easy to activate. The main reason for this is because that's going to give 5... This is giving me 8% max life. And then that's going to scale it by 6 times. Its original and 5 more times. So that's going to give me 42% max life or something. We don't have a lot of max life additive in this build, but the amount of max life percentage additive you can get in the boards is ridiculous in Spirit boards. That's how you're going to get loads of max life and become tanky. This isn't... I'm doing a Jaguar build, actually, Milando. I ended up doing a Jaguar build, yeah. And this looks like it's been pretty fun. Yes, we want all the max life here. And then we only need one more here. Here we go. So we didn't even need all these. Take this. We only need one more. So we can just go straight up here. Out there. 25 activated. Nice and easy. And then... Just trying to work out what the best route through here would be. Do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or you could do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's probably best to go that way, I guess. You don't necessarily need this cluster here. Damage to health. 2 healthy enemies. If it was damage while healthy, that would be better. It does give you... yeah, I kind of wish that had more armor in it, that one. And this one down here, the non-physical's no good, but the max life could be useful. But you could just skip these clusters. You can just come around the top here. If you could go more damage here. Yeah, max life, damage reduction while moving. Might as well just take these. You could probably skip that one there. Down here. You wouldn't necessarily need the attack speed here, but the ultimate damage is kind of nice, I guess. Take that one out there. And then we can just come straight up here and take this. And then that's all we actually need to take here, so we can save the points for the next board. Close to 2 AM here, back at work in 5 hours. Yeah, Timmy, no worries, dude. Thanks for jumping in, man, and sticking around. Appreciate you, man. I'll see you around. I'll see you around in the community, dude. I do go in clips of this channel from time to time. I don't always speak in other people's channels. I like to hang out, though. So I may well see you there sometime, but if not, if I don't see you before, I hope you have a great time in the expansion, dude. Red Dragon Flare. Dude, I was originally excited to play D4 VOH, but in order to play it, I need to spend $60+, and that's insane for me for a DLC. I'm just going to wait for a sale. Yes, the game is quite pricey. I would definitely flag it, and I'm going to be a bit biased here, so I apologise if I come across that way. But I would definitely call it more than a DLC. And the reason for this being, and I'll try and see if I can find a list of things for you. One moment. I've got it here somewhere. And I'm not trying to sway you. I agree. It is expensive for an expansion. Absolutely. I did raise my eyebrow at that myself. I mean, I bought it, right? Because I'm a streamer noob. But where is it? Where the hell's D4 News gone in my thing here? Here we go. Found it. It is... Here we go. Well, I'm going to put it over. I'm going to link it. Here we go. Right, so here we go. If I go down here, you can see on my screen. If you can see my screen, you will see... Here we go. So the new base game without the expansion, new max level, new difficulty systems, new Paragon max level to 300. And I can tell you now, once you get to Paragon 201 plus, it does take a grind to get this up. So this is good, actually. It means you've got something to strive for while you're leveling up all your characters. Paragon system changes, so they transfer across your characters and so on and so on. It's one per level and so on. Item quality rework because of the stat squish. 2 new character slots. New class skills and passives. New party find feature. New seasonal content, which we haven't heard about yet. And new seasonal rewards, which we get every season anyway. So they'll let us know about that on Wednesday, probably. So that's what you get for free. You get that without expansion. And you can absolutely play the new season, and you're going to get... This is basically a new game. If you don't get Vessel of Hatred, you will still enjoy the game. You just won't get access to things like runes. You won't get access to new class. You won't get the new area and so on. But you will have a pretty much completely new game, the way it plays. If you get Vessel of Hatred, you get the new area, which, if I find a map... So, Diablo 4 Vessel of... Actually, if I just do Diablo 4 interactive map... There you go. I can show you roughly how big the area is going to be. Oh, that's not Vessel of Hatred. That's rubbish, isn't it? Let's try again. Vessel of Hatred interactive map. That's better. Right, cool. So this is your original 5... Oh, wow, there's a lot of icons. Let's turn all those off. We can't see shit, can we? Hide all. Right, good. So... Actually, I'll tell you what, I'll put waypoints on so you can sort of see where they are. So this is your original game, right? You got Kegistan, you got Hybazar, you got Fracture Peaks, you got Skosglen, you got Drive. This is it. 5 areas here. This bit here. Nahantu is this down here and this bit here. This is probably story related. They've not been able to data mine it. And this stuff down here. All of this here, it may well not bleed into these bits here. We don't know. But yeah, either way, it's this area here, Nahantu, right? So this is probably the size of Kegistan. It's a bit bigger than any of these areas. It's probably about 1.5. If you include these bits here, assuming this area comes in here, it's probably 1.5 areas here. Or maybe Kiovich adds, yeah, it's about 1.5. So it's reasonably sizable. I mean, obviously... It's nowhere near as big as what we got originally, but we don't actually know until we play it how action-packed like each area is. They may be way more dense. And if it includes all these extra bits that have not been data mined, that's also bigger. So we got that as well. So that's what you get for the new region, including dungeons, strongholds, side quests, legions, and the Hantu Monster families. There's loads of new enemy types. There's 3 new strongholds. I don't know how many dungeons, but actually we can find out here. There's we actually just want Nahantu here. Okay, it's 30 dungeons in Nahantu by the looks of it. Let's take out all of these here. Is it 30? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. It's 20. It says it's 20 there. So let's just say it's 20 new dungeons to get, which all come with new aspects. And they're all Spiritborn aspects. You've got the Spiritborn class, which looks really fun. I'm not going to lie, it looks really fun. Vessel of Hatred campaign, I mean, I don't know how long that's going to be. I don't want any spoilers before we get there. I'm hoping, but it should have the production quality of what we got in the original game. And let's not lie here, right? Although D4 wasn't the greatest game ever when it came out, the campaign wasn't bad. And the production quality of the campaign for an ARPG of its kind, you know, sort of like isometric, facing down, point and click looter, they don't normally have that higher production quality in the story. So the production quality was pretty good. So the Vessel of Hatred campaign is of equal, and all the trailers are definitely pointing towards this, then I should be pretty happy with the campaign for this game, and I'll enjoy it at least once, maybe twice at some point. We'll see. So you get that. Obviously, the Renown we're not really looking forward to doing, but we'll get that done once and never go back and see them again. Rune words, I'm hoping they'll change a bit, but they were okay in the PTR. We will find out on Wednesday what they're doing with them. I would be surprised if they leave them untouched because they did show up that there was a few design flaws in them. But we are getting rune words with the expansions, which is, they're not really runes or rune words from D2. To be honest, they've kind of lost their identity from that, but it's something, and we're getting them, and it's another means of crafting a build, another means of having a build which can be done in many different ways. And if they make them a bit more level across the board, so it's not just two clear winners, then we will see much more build variety, which will be super fun. Dark Citadel, I've not had the pleasure of playing, but this is the new multiplayer only in-game mechanic. You have to have at least 2 people to do it. That could be really fun. Mercenaries are going to be super fun. You know, we all love mercenaries in D2. We all love mercenaries in D3. They've got skill trees of their own. You're going to be out. This is further theory crafting. I haven't done any of my builds with these yet because we haven't got the final stats. And when we do, hopefully we'll get them into the builds. So that's another way of further build crafting. The Undercity is another in-game mechanic, which I think is timed from what I hear. And you can sort of set, I want to do this and get this kind of loot at the end. So you can target farm your loot in your own time, in your own way. I haven't had the pleasure of playing that either, but I'm hoping at some point I will get a chance to dig into that, and then we'll be able to see that. But that's another thing you're getting. And it says here, trading for Vessel of Hatred specific resources. I don't actually know exactly what that is, but sounds interesting. So I guess we'll find out maybe on Wednesday. So we kind of get all this. So yes, it is expensive, but it is quite sizable. And all the other classes are getting additions to them as well. And they've given a lot of stuff for free. So I don't know. I look at this like I always base how much I spend on a game on how much time am I going to get out of it. If you get 60 hours out of a $60 game, that's $1 per hour. That is vastly better. What am I looking for? Brain's not working. That's vastly better for like your how much you're spending per hour on that than some other games. You could buy a game for $60, complete the campaign in 12 hours, and never go back to it again. And you spent $5 per hour. So that's kind of how I look at it. I've gotten thousands of hours out of my D4 package here. And yes, I've bought some skins, but even with that included, I've still spent less than $1 an hour easily. Probably it's probably down to like 10 cents an hour or something now. So the value I've got out of the game is actually pretty good because I've enjoyed it. Now, not everyone will be in that boat, but I am. And I know for a fact, I'm going to be doing a 24-hour stream on this when it comes out. So I'm going to be nearly halfway towards my $1 per hour straight away. And I bought the Ultimate Edition, so I'll be a quarter of the way. But it won't take me long to get there. So that's how I look at it personally. Yeah, I'm going to be doing at least a 24-hour stream on release. But yeah, I get exactly where you're coming from, Red Dragonflare. You're absolutely not wrong. It is an expensive prospect for people, especially if you haven't, like me, gotten an extremely large amount of time out of the original. I mean, I got easily 1,000 hours on PlayStation, and I've done at least that 2 or 3 times on PC in the last few seasons, I reckon. So, that's kind of how I look at it. Bam's Friendly Gaming Club. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Sorry, it's taken me so long to reply to you doing that. I hope you're well. Welcome in. Appreciate you being here. How are you? And yeah, 100 stack, absolutely. We'll all be grinding. Giggity, giggity, giggity. Let's get the grinding going. No fear. How's it going, man? I'll have to make a Jag build tonight. I'll share it and we can talk over builds. Yeah, Melando, What days are you not working this week, Melando? Because Friday, I'm off all day. And Saturday. I'm free all weekend. I'm not doing anything this weekend other than preparing for the season. I'm going to take either Friday or Saturday off streaming. Or maybe I'll take Sunday off streaming. I'm going to take one of the weekend days off streaming so I can just game with my brother. We're just going to go play some chill game called Core Keeper, probably, which is like a Terraria-based game. But other than that, I'm around all weekend, pretty much. So let's just link up sometime when we're both free. Hey, on YouTube, Will Williams, how's it going, dude? It's been a little bit. It has, yeah. Still at it. I'm actually doing some theory craft. I was just going through what the new expansion's coming with. I was just theory crafting a Jaguar Spiritborn build, actually, which is pretty fun. Oh, no, did I lose my... Oh, no, I put it here. Let's save this. I'm in the wrong window. All right, let's get rid of that and go into this window here. I don't want to accidentally override anything. That's better. Cool. Yeah, just putting together a Spiritborn Jag build right now. Pure Jag build, Will Williams. How are you looking forward to the new season, Will? I hope you're well. But yeah, I kind of, like I say, the value thing. I work as a game dev. I work for a free-to-play company, Hutch Games. I'm in office in less than 8 hours for my for work, and you know, I've done that for a very long time. So I've been to seminars, I've been to all sorts of things on the whole concept of free-to-play. I know this isn't a free-to-play game, but it does have some correspondences, you know, value being one of them. Like, how can you make it so someone feels like they're getting value out of whatever it is they're buying, whether it's a microtransaction or paid game? And I've been to, you wouldn't want to know how many seminars I've been to on that kind of topic and such over the years. You know, it's a big topic. I don't know. I like to stay positive about things. I think if they asked for $60 and it was just a true DLC with, like, you know, not really that much looking content in it, then I'd have raised my eyebrow a bit more. But they have given us a lot for free in the seasons over the last year. I can't really complain too much, really. Yeah, it is an expansion. So, but I totally understand Red Dragon Flare's point. You know, a lot of people will be in the same boat. I mean, it might be possible that actually going with Game Pass would be better for you if the expansions come into Game Pass, because you could sign up for like 3 months for $30 or whatever it is, play it for 3 months, and then when you're done, just unsign up. If you're on PC or Xbox, that might actually be a more efficient way of you doing it. I don't know for a fact if it's coming out for Game Pass straight away. They may not be doing that. But it is now owned by Microsoft, so it might be. The original game's out on Game Pass now. Your Friday should be my Saturday, and I'm off work. All right, cool. Let's do that, Melando. Yeah, let's do that. How was the wedding? Did you get drunk? I didn't get drunk, no, but I definitely had enough drinks that I was feeling a little bit tired today. I was fine, and then my brother came in and went, "Let's do Sambucas," and I was like, "Oh, okay, I suppose so." Yeah, no, I don't really tend to get too drunk these days. I used to be terrible when I was younger, honestly. But, you know. But, yeah, the wedding was really good. Sister had a brilliant time. That's all that matters. You know, it was her wedding. She had a good time. Got to see loads of family, loads of friends. It's what a wedding should be. It was a really nice day. Yeah. No, Red Dragon, you don't need to apologise. You're all good. We've all got, you know, semantics, right? Will Williams, YouTube, of course. Can't wait to play all of the free updates. Free updates, indeed, yeah. Just can't afford the expansion at the moment. Fair enough, Will Williams. I was just discussing this, and you won't be the only person in that boat. Oh, no. The wedding wasn't in Prague. That was a stag do. My sister's wedding, which was separate to that, was yesterday, which was really nice. The wedding for the thing I went to in Prague is in December. Yeah, I'm at the age where all of my friends and family are getting married. And there's just me sitting at home with my 2 cats playing Diablo 20 hours a day. But, you know, we all have our paths. But as I was saying, Will, for a lot of people, if the game does come out on Game Pass, and don't hold me to it, but if it is or not, but if it is, that might be a cheaper way of you getting access to it. You know? Let me find out. Actually, let me see if I can find out. I don't know if it's coming out with Game Pass or not. Diablo for Vessel of Hatred. Game Pass. Someone's asked, well, this was 5 months ago. Yeah, I mean, it may or may not come to Game Pass straight away. I don't know. They haven't mentioned it yet. Oh, it's not at launch, but well, this is what they're saying here. That's a shame. Yeah, I suppose it makes sense. They want to sell it, don't they? Yeah. Oh, well, I guess that... Don't hold me to that, then. I guess as and when it does, that's a cheap way of doing it, but... Yeah, might have to buy it to start with. You actually started playing D4 when they released it on Game Pass, so I'll be waiting. Another reason I can't use money on it when I... No, it's going to be free soon. Yeah, fair enough, Will. I don't know how long that'll be, but it makes sense to me. On your hardcore barb, I've already got almost 40 hours, so there's definitely money per time. It's definitely there in the game. Exactly, Melando. It's all relative, right? Some people will play it like we do, and some people won't. And there's nothing wrong either way. Some people some people just like to do that grinding, and some people like just getting and get the campaign done. And that's their idea of a game. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just how it is. Can't word for Microsoft on VOH on Game Pass. Yeah. That's what I read. That's what I just read as well. It sounds like it won't be on Game Pass on release. It will come to Game Pass eventually. It's just a matter of when, isn't it? So we're definitely using Drive at some point. I'm just trying to decide what the last board should be here. I mean, it probably will be Infighter. Soul Fire Res. More attack speed, but if that goes to cap 1, that's no good to me, really. Gorilla damage doesn't benefit me much here, so we could skip this. Dex, I mean, we can get another source of huge max life and damage here, so this is real nice. Physical damage isn't too terrible, so I mean, this is okay. Let me just double check the other boards again. We're definitely using the Eagle board, I know that one, 100%. This is where I spend most of my time in the Paragon stuff, just working out which boards I definitely want to use. Yeah, this one won't work. We haven't got any source of barriers, so that's just pointless. We're not using thorns, so that's pointless to us. Barrier, poison damage, life percent dodge, lightning res, centipede vulnerable, barrier. We haven't got any barriers, so the barrier stuff's like useless to us. I've gone for a build where we're not really dealing with barriers. We're just going to rely on just flat reductions, I think. And bits of medicine, it just winds me up a bit because, I don't know, when you heal for 100% your max life, deal damage to close, you're only going to benefit from the damage is increased by your healing, but you need to be healing so much so quickly that you can benefit from this often enough for it to be useful. And maybe it is crazy. I mean, this is the Jaguar board. Jaguar crit damage is kind of nice. Fire damage doesn't benefit us here because we're not doing... I haven't got fire damage that I know of. We don't need the attack speed, probably. We've got poison res already, so we don't need this. Life on hit's kind of nice, I guess. Healing received. And then damage. So, yeah, it's annoying. It's the only board that's got anything specific to Jaguar. 70% Jag damage is kind of nice, but that's not going to be game-changing. And that legendary node is probably not better than the 9% multiplicative damage on here. Honestly. Yeah, it's gotta be that one in fighter, I think. I would say. And then we'll just skip the nodes we don't really need. Like the gorilla one, we don't need to go up there, we can just skip it. Which actually makes this board quite easy to get to. You can just come up this way. Strength. Willpower. I can't remember how much dex there is here, because we need dex boards as well. That's the other thing. We need dex boards for our crit damage glyphs. Where are we? How much dex is there? 10. We're at 20 already. 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. Okay, 80 is not awful, actually. That's not awful. Could put exploit here. We got 2 more boards, actually. We've got 2 more boards. I need to check what glyphs we got here. The Twitch drops are kind of nice. Yeah. So there's another thing, guys. There are Twitch drops. I mean, this requires you to do subs, to be fair. But there are 2 quite nice mounts coming with the Twitch drops. So, yeah, I mean, those will be active on this channel, as it will be on many other channels when we go live. And I suppose if people want them, they can do their thing. I won't be sitting there majorly advertising it. I'm going to be playing the game, but right, so we definitely want fitness. Like, that is an absolute must. I'm pretty certain there's another crit damage one here somewhere, but we might use exploit here. I thought there was 3 crit damage ones, but maybe there isn't. I swear there was a third one. Yeah, so fitness is 1. We've got hone already, so that's 2. I swear there was 3. Maybe not. It might just be the eagle skills, still crit damage. Okay. It kind of makes it a bit easier for me to work out where I'm going with this, honestly. We can... Yeah, fitness is just really good here. Skills that critically strike, generate vigor. I mean, we're going to be critting all the time, so we're just going to want all of that in our lives. And we want all the max life we can get, so we'll do this here. Do you know what? We can do this here. Take that one out there. Ugh, messy cluster, isn't it? I hate it when you have to do these clusters here. It feels like you've wasted nodes, but I can't really see an easier way of activating all those. So there we go. Is what it is. Oh, actually, possibly do that. Because we're going to come up here anyway. Take the physical damage. Don't really need... Oh, yeah, physical damage. We'll take this, okay. We want the life on hit here. The dodge chance isn't all that useful to us, but the life on hit's quite nice. And then we can just come up here. There's a legendary node. And the good thing about this is, I believe this solves fire. So this is what I was saying earlier. You can solve 2 resistances through your board. So you've got option of poison, lightning, and fire. So you definitely are going to take shadow and cold in your jewelry, and then you're going to take the third one in your jewelry that you don't take in your boards, and then that should solve for the most part your resistances. With the new big gems coming out, you get so much singular resistance on them. That's basically how you solve it. You're going to take all of this probably, so we'll just take all of those. We don't really need those for now. Block chance, I mean, we should have 100% of that anyway. Strength. We'll take the damage ones here. We've still got quite a lot of nodes left over because we've not really been spending the nodes here so much. Air Dragon, how's it going, dude? How's it going, man? So here out of my crazy tinfoil hat idea, D4 is part of standard Game Pass and the expansion is only available on the higher tier Ultimate. Maximum evil applied to the idea, Diablo would approve. Well, yeah. I guess so. Well, no. The expansion's available on... Oh, is the expansion actually available on Ultimate Game Pass? I don't know. Sounds like a maximum price. Yeah, 2 of them are sub-based. Oh, is there non-sub-based ones as well? Is there? Okay. I saw the 2 sub-based ones. Yeah, I didn't really dig into it much when it was announced earlier, to be honest. It's a tune. Right, so we'll take this, and then we're just gonna 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll go this way because we get more decks. And then the last board, drive. Like, we absolutely are going to take this board. Doesn't actually matter what side we come in on. I suppose this side's probably as good as any. Oops, what have we done here? Didn't need that. So we are absolutely going to be coming this way because we are going to take all of these for the baked in crit damage and movement speed because that's just crazy. We can get a lot of decks and a lot of int in this board, if I remember rightly. There's a lot of... If you've got int activations, this is the best board. If not, it's probably the best int activator board in the Spiritborn arsenal that I found. But also, I think there's a lot of decks here as well. Yeah, loads of life on here, loads of decks. So we're going for decks in here because we're going to probably use Headhunter, to be honest. Let's see, how much can we get? 39, 49, 59, 69, 79, 84. It's pretty good. 84 is pretty good. We might actually want to change that to one of the crit ones, and put, if you're going to use Headhunter, you want to put it in a place where you get the most dexterity possible, so that you can get from normal nodes, so that you can end up benefiting from that. Hey, XCGG indeed. From a business standpoint for Blizzard, I honestly think it's a bad idea for them to take the expansion to Game Pass period. Yeah, well, so they're probably not going to do that to start with, are they? You know, internally the plan is to try and maximise engagement with Ultimate. Big marketing blitz planned for holiday season. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's where their main business model is now, isn't it? Get loads of people to sign up to it. Yeah, so 89 here. Minus 14. So you've got 75 that would be scaled by... So you would take 75 intelligence and scale that. Times that by 7.24. 543 dex if you include the original 75. So you've gained, minus 75. So you're gaining 468 dex from that. But if you then added on... If you do it, I know you can get a board of 104. So if you do 104 times that by 7.24... and then minus 75. Is that right? Oh, let's just do 104 minus 14. Oh, God, I can't. Yeah, and then multiply that by 7.24. Yeah, so you're getting 651 dexterity from the normal nodes, and then you minus 75. So you get 576.6 from those normal nodes if you go into the 104 board, which is this one down here. So this would give us more dex. This would give us more critical damage. I don't know if that extra dexterity would be better than this. You'd have to play around with them. Honestly. Just going to double check the other glyphs to make sure there's nothing else that would actually be better. We're not going to need a damage reduction here. Close damage won't help as much as the others. The thing about the dexterity is it scales everything, all your skill damage. So your base skill damage goes up. So that's quite nice. Yeah, we don't need this. Don't need this. That's not going to be better. That's Thorns, that's no good for us. Fulminates distance stuff, that's no good for us. We're going to be really close to everything. Poison's no good. The vulnerable one could have worked well, but we have got a means of applying vulnerable, and our main damage source on this is not vulnerable. It is, generally speaking, crits. But we could take this, because we are applying vulnerable a lot, and this would give us a means of applying vulnerable once every 20 seconds without requiring Soar. What I found on the PTR, though, was, honestly, this Headhunter glyph was actually quite strong. The 10x multiplicative damage to elites, massive increased damage multiplicative to the elites, and then the increase in dex really is actually quite huge for the amount of skill damage it gives you. So I might leave that there for now, but you could fundamentally put exploit here and then move your crit damage one over here, which gives you more crit damage, and you'll get vulnerable damage here. You're going to be saying, okay, your vulnerable additive, your vulnerable multiplicative is going to be better than the multiplicative elite times 2, and then the additive dex damage here. That's what you're saying. I think this will be better overall if you can apply vulnerable enough anyway. So we're going to go with that, I think. Not sure. Microsoft is looking to maximise individual parts of the company, so much as to drive up the whole thing. Also, C-suite has been super short-sighted for a while. I hope Blizzard survives infamous mismanaged bought assets history. Well, they have spent a lot of money on assets, that's for sure. But with the speed that they put things on sale, again, evil marketing sales hat tells me add expansion to Ultimate for December. Yeah, you're probably right for this, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised. Right, so let's just leave that as it is for now. Oh, it's actually another 5 decks up here. Oh, okay. That takes us to 94. That's even better. And we do want a counter rally, actually. We probably do want the resistances and the vulnerable damage here. It's just 3 damage, isn't it? Why not? I forgot we need to come here and get this. We've still got 33 nodes, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Might as well go this way, I suppose. Get the lucky hit. We don't really need the dodge, but we'll take the lucky hit. Okay, so we've got 26 nodes left. I mean, I haven't actually spent all my nodes in this, and we've got most of this board. We don't really need these. We won't need the intelligence here, I don't think. Activated, 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 and activated is cool, and that's the last board, so don't need that stuff, don't need dodge chance. So I mean, we could come up here for damage to elites, but it's kind of wasteful, honestly. Loads of intelligence. What's our strength at? 437, it's a bit low. Could take the strength nodes, just because that gives us crit chance. That will help us with the crit chance stuff. We don't need more strength there as such. But we can take all the damage nodes. We don't need the intelligence or willpower. We can take the ultimate damage nodes, why not? Now, we have got maximum life down here. I suppose we could take this, even though we don't need the non-physical. We will just take all the max life nodes. So that's useful. The damage to healthy and armor is a big question mark for me, really. We'll take the armor node here. Damage to elites, damage to elites. We'll take all 3 of these, why not? We don't need dodge chance. We've got a big strength node there. We can take this. We have got crowd control nodes here, but I want to check down here first because we've got armor, damage, damage, armor. Yeah, we can take all these. 3 more. Armor, armor, armor. And then there's 2 damages there, which I haven't taken. Which maybe I can optimize in. I mean, you could just take... Yeah, you don't necessarily need the strength here. The extra additive damage might be better, but the strength will give us crit chance, so... Yeah. Oh yeah, I need that to get through there. Okay, that makes sense. She's got loads of movement speed. He pretty much covered everything in this build. It's just whether you've got 100% crit chance or not, honestly. So we'll take that one out there. That's gives there. So we've pretty much got everything. We've taken all the clusters. Oh no, we need 1 point there. How did I miss that? Okay, see if I can find 1 more node somewhere. We probably won't need all these attack speed nodes, honestly. Let's take that out and put it in there. I doubt we're going to need them all. Blitz and Activision weren't exactly on stable grounds as a merger previously anyway. That's true. But with the speed that they put things... Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I guess we'll see. But yeah, I would expect it to come to... I'd expect it to come to Battle Game Pass at some point. Just... It sounds like it won't be there to start with. So that sucks for people that haven't got access to it, I suppose. The block chance will be nice until you can get armored hide 100%, and then it's unnecessary. Oh, I can see a way of saving nodes here. Look. Oh no, we need the intel. No, we need the dex. No, I don't. Yeah, we don't need the dodges there. I mean, this all looks fine. I would have quite liked one more just to... Oh no, we got it. Yeah, this build's looking pretty good. Loads of crit damage. Loads of crit damage. Oh, Jaguar skills, crit chance, loads of crit damage. Multiplicative, loads of crit damage. Elite multiplicative. Loads of crit damage with crit multiplicative. I've put outmatch in because we get a stupid amount of max life and flat damage out of it. Honestly. And it's quite a cheap one to activate. So that's going to give us massive additive damage and massive... Well, particularly, that's going to solve poison resistance, no doubt. Yeah, that's going to give us crazy max life and poison res. That straight up solves poison res for us, like, no problem. Yeah. I mean, could potentially... oh, yeah, no, that's a... Oh, yeah, that's not a dex one. No, we wouldn't be able to do that, I don't think. And that's max life poison res anyway. So, yeah, it's exactly the same. Yeah, this ball's looking pretty good. All right, well. What do I call it? That's the Twitch drop horse looks weird, but in a good way. Yeah, I did see the picture. I think I've got it up here somewhere, actually. Where is it? Yeah, it's here, yeah. Yeah, it's got all the markings and stuff in it, hasn't it? Yeah. I think the armor comes separately as well. Looks cool. Looking forward to it. Right, I need a name for this build. You know, just quickly scan over to make sure I've got everything in there. I normally come up with clever names. I kind of know what I want to theme it around. I'm just trying to think of a name for it. Something to do with hitting super hard. I need to find out what the rake actually does. One sec. I'm going to actually go and get one of Barricade's videos up on YouTube a second, because he's got a video that shows how the skills actually play, and I just can't be bothered to go find where that post is again, and I know I'm going to find it faster going to his channel. I can get exactly what I want in seconds on here. He was kind enough to put one of these up. Where is it? A while back. That's centipede eagle. There we go. This is what I want. It's mute. We don't need that. I just want to see how it plays. Rake. Here we go. I want to see how Rake actually plays. Here we go. So you see here where he's hitting, there's a Jaguar Spirit. I think that's it. So yeah, this is what it does. It rakes in front of you. So it's got AoE on it anyway. And that's going to be huge. Okay. Kind of want to call it the Sledgehammer Spiritborn. It's not really using a hammer though, is it? Oh. That's basically what it's going to be like. There's so many ways of generating vigor on this build. I mean, you can even get more in here in the skill tree, but it's going to be a bit unnecessary, honestly. Vigor generation there as well. And your core skills are going to instantly dash you to your targets. That's going to be super nice. I mean, if you don't need that, then you can make it so that any healing you receive 40 stacks of, and then when you're at and while active, Ravager spends stacks to strike elite enemies up to additional time, so you can just get more damage against bosses. This might be better against bossing. You may, if you don't need the utility here, but I don't know until I can play it. Oh, I know I'm going to call it. The Hack and Slash Spiritborn, yes. There you go. You normally have like a... Yeah, something like that, isn't it? That's what it is. You're just slashing everything up. He's going around like a wolf. You know, it's kind of weird. With all this time it's been out, no one has whipped up any kind of path optimizer for the Paragon boards. Of course, maybe I've not seen it and just not pick a few. You're right. Actually, they haven't, not to my knowledge. I've done enough builds. This is my 4th build for Spiritborns now. I kind of know the Paragon boards pretty well now. And my way of doing it is I go through optimal routes, not taking all the extra nodes, and I come back and fill out the board afterwards now. This is looking pretty good. You just don't need to take all the clusters here. Yeah, it's looking pretty good, I'd say. Skill tree, you need 2 in there regardless, doesn't really matter what you take. Ravager. Oh, actually, we don't need this node. Rake Vigor cost is reduced by 2 per stack of Veracity. It doesn't cost Vigor anymore. Why have I taken that node? Hitting at least 1 enemy with Rake reduces your longest active cooldown by 0.5 seconds. Yes, please. Well, that would have been a wasted node. Now it's not. Because it doesn't cost Veracity anymore, so that's useless to us. When you're leveling, if you don't have the unique, you will need this. Okay, yeah, we've made it a basic skill, so that makes sense. Yeah, Apex makes sense. Vulnerable, that makes sense. Yes, all makes sense. We're going to be unstoppable all the time, so we want this. Mobility skills cooldown reduced by how far you travel. That could be nice, but we're going to have so much cooldown anyway. Hopefully, we won't need that so much. But maybe we'll want to make 3 points for this later on. We'll see. Maybe we just won't need Perseverance, and then we can just put 3 points up there. We'll see. But this should make us ridiculously tanky. And, yeah, like I say, permanent armor hide, ridiculous damage reduction, more multiplicative crit damage, counterattacks, that's super nice, and cooldown reduction per ferocity, that's super nice. We don't really need any of these particularly. These are just goated for Jaguar builds. That's nice because we have a Gorilla skill. Oh, we're not using Rushing Claw, but you could have done, but I'm not. And then, yeah, we're going to be using our ultimate skill quite a lot in this build, so I've put that in there. That one's more likely to have the uptime on it. Yeah, we'll see. This all looks reasonable. I mean, the key passive could change to the Prodigy's tempo. I just don't know how that works until I can play it. It's quite likely that might be the case for the cooldown reduction and skill ranks, but we'll see when we get there. This is looking pretty good, I'd say. Laws's Mantle, damage reduction, of course, but we could go... I mean, actually, I do wonder, actually, it probably would be better to go in crit chance here. Because we want to max... We're going to get 100% crit chance, that's what we want. Yeah, Vigor. Basic skills makes sense. Resolve generated. Now... Yeah. We'll see how it plays. I might end up taking Binding Morris off and putting on the one that makes it so the more stacks of Ferocity you've got a pretty good chance of not losing Resolve when you're hit. But we've got quite a lot of Resolve generation here, so that might just outweigh it anyway. We'll see when we get there. If the Resolve does fall down and you do lose it, you actually lose Resolve in your endgame build here, you would end up putting that in there to make it so you don't lose Resolve. That's what I would do. But for now, we'll leave that there because that gives us more damage to bosses and more CC, which is always nice. That's nice. Saw cooldown, Rake. We've got loads of movement speed here, so we're fine with the Paragon board and everything. Core skills, crit chance. Yeah, makes sense. Furnace, crit damage, crit chance, crit damage. I mean, that ring might potentially change, but I think that'll work really well with this build. Yeah. I mean, there is a world where pain. It depends how Pain Gorges works. If Rake doesn't activate the non-basic skill thing, and that doesn't, if the aspect side of Pain Gorges doesn't activate so often because Rake doesn't activate it, being tagged as a basic skill, and the others don't really activate it enough to make use of it. Even though there's ranks to basic skills here, it might actually be better to go with a legendary pair of gloves with dex, crit chance, crit damage, because we won't necessarily need the attack speed here. If everything's piling into attack speed cap 1, we might just be horrendously over attack speed capped here. I mean, we've got lucky hit chance stun on here, and the cooldown reduction you don't necessarily need. So we could end up putting dex, crit chance, crit damage gloves on, and then we could put adaptability. We could put adaptive over here. And then we could put Moonrise over on the gloves. I think Moonrise can go on the gloves. Yeah, it can. Adaptive can't. Adaptive will have to go on the... because it's a resource thing. Adaptability, that has to go on the ring. Because that gives us 100x multiplicative damage pretty much all the time. This will give us up to 200 echo to all marked targets. So we'll see. When a basic skill first hits a marked enemy, the basic skill, yeah. So we'll have to see if the fact that if it's tagged with basic skill and it doesn't activate this is going to become not necessarily. I mean, the saw cloud around me, that might do it. That might activate this constantly, and if it does, then this will be better. So that's very contingent on exactly how often Pain Gorges is activated, because if it's not activated a lot, then it would be better to take adaptability on here and Moonrise over here, I think. And then take a crit chance, crit damage, pair of gloves. With Dex, it's just more damage, I think. And then you can get your tempers as well, so you can temper more crit damage on, and you could temper on... I don't know, utility. Another utility, like another CC or something. Yeah, so that's contingent as well. But otherwise, it looks okay. I think our max life should be okay. We've not taken a lot of max life on gear, but we've got so much percent max life in our board that we should be okay. We could potentially change one of the vigor per seconds. If we just don't need all these vigor per seconds, we just change them for max life. So that's okay. Yeah, this is looking good. Give that a cheeky publish. Add that to my Streamlabs. There's a link. Let's check that works. Cool. Nice. Well, that took a lot longer than I suspected it would. It's close to 3 in the morning. Blimey now. If there's anyone actually here, like hanging around, if you don't mind clicking on that link and going, and if you've got a Mobalytics account, if you don't mind going on there and giving it a cheeky favourite. I mean, if you haven't favourited any of my others as well, if you wouldn't mind clicking on the link I've just put in, there's 4 builds there now. And if you wouldn't mind giving them a cheeky favourite, I would really appreciate that, because it just helps me out in the Mobalytics algorithm. They're not. There will be some changes coming to them because the mercenaries will need factoring in. So I've obviously built these builds without any mercenaries. So everything the mercenaries are going to do is just going to improve the build. These builds look like they're going to be insane without the mercenaries. So, you know, we'll see. Yeah, appreciate that, Ozzy. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know how many people are just lurking or whatever, but so I'll mention it in the next stream, because Hey, RD Princess, how's it going? How's it going? It's good to see you. Good to see you. You've caught me. I'm probably just gonna end the stream a little early tonight, to be honest. Given it doesn't really seem worth getting into anything now, does it? Really? It's quarter to 3. We've just finished the build. Yeah, just at work. Well, I hope work's not too stressful for you. Yeah, just finished putting together a Jaguar build here. Theory crafted that, so that's pretty fun. This looks like it's going to be pretty good. Yeah, so I'm this one here. I mean, this will just make the build better. You don't actually need Loyalty's Mantle for this build to work. The Rod of Kepaleki, though, well, you can do it without this. You will just need your resource will just run out as if you're using a core skill as a core skill. And you don't actually need any uniques for this build to function. It will just make the build work. So this actually would work as a leveling build, I think. But it would just not fire properly until you get the bits that kind of go together and make it work, you know? You've been having a few drinks. Nice. And a brother. Awesome. Nice. Yeah, this build looks pretty good. Well, I'll tell you what, guys. I'm actually going to... Oh, it's an ad break. I'll just wait for that to finish to make sure people can actually hear. Actually quite surprised... Oh, we've got one second. Hey, okay. Right. Well, the ad's finished, so I know people can hear me now. Actually quite surprised there were so many people hanging around tonight, to be honest, given it's a Monday and everything. But I'm probably going to... Guys, anyone that is here, I'm probably just going to end the stream a little earlier tonight because, as I say, it doesn't really seem worthwhile getting into anything now. It's 12 minutes to 3 in the morning. This took me a lot longer to put... This is... Anyone that's been around, you've just sort of watched me... and my thought process of how I go through putting a build together. Like I try to put well-rounded builds together as best I can, try and cover all angles. So yeah, that seems like it's going to be pretty good. Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, it just doesn't seem worthwhile at this point now either. So I'm just thinking, yeah, we wind down. I'll be on again tomorrow. Well, actually, I'm not sure if I'll be on tomorrow. We'll see how tired I am. I've got to... going for an Indian with some friends after work. So we'll see what time I get back from that. And given how tired I was after work last Tuesday and last Thursday, I'm not going to promise to it, but I intend to try and get on tomorrow, and it will be all gameplay tomorrow probably. So yeah, I think we'll do that. I think we're going to go over and raid. I'm going to go over and race. I was going to go and raid Ghost Dead the other day. I've not really met them, but I've seen them around the community. So I kind of fancy just going over and showing some support to some different people at this point in the season. Make some new friends. Looks like they're doing free bosses. So for anyone that is hanging around that is interested in some free bosses, I'm guessing it'll be softcore, then you can go over there and get involved with that, I think. Hey, Zoe, how's it going? Good to see you, good to see you, good to see you. Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to go over to the screen here then. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for hanging around, all of you that are here, anyone that's lurking, anyone that came in with the raids. Appreciate you hanging around and sticking around. Really does mean the world to me. I know it wasn't necessarily the most exciting of streams today, but this helps me out in terms of, you know, I want to do these builds and get the templates together, but also, as you've seen, that took me a few hours to do the whole thing as it is. They're not 5-minute jobs to do properly, so it kind of helps me kill two birds with one stone almost. So I hope for some of you it was interesting, and I hope the build works out as good as it looks like it could do, because it actually could be quite fun. I am going to do at least one eagle build as well. I've got one in mind that we can do that should be a little bit different to probably what a lot of the others are going to be. But yeah, if there's anyone hanging around in the Twitch or YouTube channels that hasn't hit the subscribe or the follow button, please do so. Would love to see you again. Really does help me out. If you want to come and join the fun off stream, there is a Discord. Feel free to come join. You will be absolutely welcome, especially when the new expansion kicks off. It will probably get pretty busy in there. If you're looking for a team to play with, we can definitely find you one. So yeah, look forward to seeing some of you there. Let's go over and raid Ghosted. Let's go see what they're all about. I'm going to go hang in there for 10 or 15 minutes while I wind down. So I hope some of you guys will come and chill out and check them out with me. Make sure you refresh your page, remove the raids part from your link when you do, because then it will help their viewership out and such. Let's go show some support to someone else in the community, someone that's been up and coming this season that I've seen. And yeah, hopefully they'll be decent. If you're looking for boss runs or anything, it looks like they might be able to help you out a bit there. Just double checking that they're not going offline, which it doesn't look like they are. And yeah, I will aim to be on tomorrow night, guys. If I will let you know in Discord if not, but assume I am. Otherwise, if I am, it will be about the usual time, 10 p.m, 10:30 p.m. BST, because as I say, I'm going out for dinner with some friends first, which I kind of need to go to because it's also partly related to a charity fireworks event we're putting on in November, so I need to go talk to them about that stuff, really. And yeah, guys, appreciate you all. Hope you all have a good rest of your day, morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Really appreciate you all. Much love. And until next time, guys. See you there. Cheers.